Morning, everybody. Fellow enjoyers of potassium.
Bleep, bloop. I am a robot. Yeah, just kidding.
This is home. They come whole again.
Silence. Silence.
Denied. Dire's structures are just magnificently fortified.
Here I am. Bye-bye. Denied.
The direst elements are pelting Radiant's bottom tower.
Interesting mid matchup here. It's amazing how many people are still playing Slark carry in pubs when like it's like literally never played in pro. And it just doesn't feel that great.
The Dire's poor top tower. Can its end be drawing nigh?
In a relative sense, even the
Level
class
up a
of
dum
this
dum!
realm mostly employ carnival tricks.
You know what, B-Man? You're not so bad. F the haters. Was there somebody that said I was? I mean, there's somebody... I mean, not somebody. There's... It's always been said that, like, the most broken part about Slark has been the fact that he can detect your wards. I think just previously nobody knew how to fit him in as a support, and 9 class just kind of pioneered it.
Behold.
I think I even mentioned several times in, like, every Slark guide I've ever made that, like, the vision aspect of the hero is what makes him really broken.
Oh, cover your eyes! Dire's bottom tower is taking a drubbing.
But now that he's just kind of a dog shit laner, the best place to put him seems to be support. You to know, not asking for a miracle. I love.
Can anyone hear me?
Wasn't
It's a
enough.
killing spree over here!
If you feel it, could you let me know? Good morning, Vietnam. What's that from again? I've seen it, but I don't remember what it's from. Is that like Forrest Gump or some shit? I don't remember. My favorite coffee is cappuccinos. I get a cappuccino probably 95% of the time I get a coffee. My best friends within talent are definitely Shivaro and Jenkins.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
But I get along with pretty much all of the talent. I've already in my head, like, it's funny because I remember I had a period of time where I was drawing boundaries with people, and I remember like tiering all of my friends. Just being like, these friends are like S tier, these friends are A tier, these friends are B tier. So I did the same thing with talent. I would obviously never tell you what that tier, what those tiers are, but generally, you know, it's kind of like tiering things you like rather than certain things are bad, certain things are good. You know?
Under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
A prize.
Own it! If you say it really
Dire's
fast a
bottom
bunch of
tower
times,
is
it
under
starts to not
attack.
make any sense.
Radiant's
Own it!
top
Own
tower
it!
is under attack.
Whoa, killing spree.
From Good Morning Vietnam. Oh, there you go. The Good Morning Vietnams from Good Morning Vietnam.
Dire's structures are fortified against all comers.
Reach the light.
Your F tier? You have the exact same thing for tiers.
Denial isn't just a river in Egypt.
Yeah, I
It
mean,
also describes
Denial is
tower.
not just a river in Egypt. I haven't heard that pun in a long time. That's fucking funny, dude. Denial is not just a river in
Is
Egypt.
under attack.
Fuck, dude, that's funny. Yeah, for me, it's helped me compartmentalize, like, you know, obviously certain people mean more to you than others, but it doesn't mean that the person who means less to you is, like, irrelevant or you, like, don't like them, you know?
Radiant's top tower
So it's,
is under attack.
Can you not make yourself better?
Nice. What do you think of Ringmaster's second facet? I've not ever played Ringmaster more than like once, so I don't really have thoughts. I like the unicycle. I guess that'd be my thoughts.
Prepare for battle.
Watch them flee. The path of darkness.
I'm doing shift, not caps.
The twist of my knife. Strike a nerve. Cut and run. I steal ahead. On the move.
I do the rise, I'm nowhere on the way. Get away.
Cursed be. I tear you asunder. She's a long road. She's a solemn.
Dude, what's with the creep waves? They're like not spawning unless I manually tell them to spawn.
myself. Give way. A demon's handiwork. Now falls the dogma of the self-righteous. I steal ahead.
How does the free session work? I do giveaway at 2 p.m.
Tempt my grave
And
like
if you're
those-
there and you're a sub, you have a chance. You've enjoyed the Journal Vlog series. I have a lot of the same thoughts. Awesome, man. Glad you enjoy it.
hitting my stride.
Indeed. You have to have a replay ready and prepared to learn something, I guess you could say.
Give way.
And theoretically, if you had a question about something other than just a replay, you could do that too. But I guess you have to either have a replay or something specific in mind that you wanted to be coached on.
Wise, flee my footfalls.
Damn it. Fuck that up.
Solemn undertaking.
You do it right then and there? Yes, sir.
The path of darkness. Gold is mined easiest of corpses. I carry carnage. Cut and run.
As we dance with the devil tonight.
Thwart my path.
Ah.
Fear he who fears nothing. What a handsome devil. A crushing skirmish. A twist of my knife when you see me. Shriek when you see
Were you at the
me.
blast event? I was indeed not. Let's go. Yeah, I'm not a fan of lattes all that much either. Risk management. Much more bigger fan of cappuccinos. Probably never awesome Fortnite balls. You gotta maintain mediocrity sometimes, you know? You really can't see that axe very well. Damn. Volduke, thanks for the sub, dude. I just called him Volduke like you'd pronounce it in Dutch. Wheelduke? That's so funny that I pronounced the W like a V. That's so funny. That's so funny, actually. I instinctually pronounced it like a V. It's pronounced Uelduke. Uelduke. I'll just call you Duke. Why is there a Drow? I like literally haven't played Drow. Have I played Drow? I never played Drow, did I? Yeah. Nice emote, thank you. Drow is the default hero if there's no last game? Really? How long does the last game have to be? I played like Thursday. Is it because I played a private lobby? The game that got canceled. Interesting. The technology just isn't there. I mean, once it's out, once the game's officially released, for sure.
Enemy's turn to pick. Enemy's turn to pick now. They're picking bashers. Come on, choose what mate you want.
The mysterious alarm.
Enemy's turn. Don't look now. They're picking bashers. Enemy's turn to pick. Choose what mate you want.
I mean, this guy never had a role marked.
No, bro, you go for 3.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Какой аспект берут на этого на клоуна?
Big beast. Okay, I just pick. Bro, he can swap with you, bro. Big Duza, bro. Big Duza.
For the first time, meow, I come alive somehow. Hide map? The map should be hidden. Is it not hitting? Is it not hidden? Is my map not hidden? It's hidden.
So
Thanks for the sub, Gerbil Lord.
May the light keep you.
This one is in the bag, and that
May
one
the
is
light
too,
keep. No
and that
epic
one,
fail
they are
today,
all
my friends.
in
It is
the
brilliantly
bag.
clear that this one is in the bag.
through shady lanes. On my way.
Invoker usually buys one, right?
I go.
Beast Offlane, Brood top. Or Beast mid, I mean.
My hidden
Physical, rising evolution. Actually, it could be Brood mid, actually.
in sylvan shade.
Probably Brood mid, Beast carry.
Naturally.
Let's get this fight started.
Nature calls. The season arrives.
Beast carry.
Кстати, кисточка убивает того кабана, за одну кисточку убьет.
Yes.
Or Brood carry, I guess.
Кисточка,
Любые подсказки
раскачка.
принимаю.
Yeah, Brood carry.
Кисточку качаешь 2 от силы, потом просто первый максишь.
Скиллбилд я знаю, я видел.
By my shaggy bark.
Yeah, bro. Hope you gonna carry me, brother.
Бил там арканы от толстом.
Pull roots and run. And I'm under attack.
It's 3 hero bottom, back.
So I go.
Blood has been spilled, Morty, for the first time in this game.
In sylvan shade. In green, I go.
Кира, да можете еще раз этого чупа-чупса нагнуть.
Yes. By my shaggy bark. On my way.
Slark don't wanna go out.
My hidden
I think we're okay, bro. I'll see if I play.
Uproot you.
Он шмотки разбил. Slark шмотки разбил. Тоже задрафтил, ребят.
Verdant fury. Nature calls.
Really?
For the trees. Nature's way. Branch out. Wild is my way. Through shady lanes. Naturally. Denied. With a wild spirit.
Wubba lubba dub dub!
With me.
What's going on in this game?
You can share control, I can play with this shit account.
What
It's fine.
golden
Все, вот это хайра не перегонай палку.
by my shaggy
I don't think we
bark.
need to share control.
Go green. With a wild spirit.
В лес пошел, я за ним.
А давай кому кемпы просто левый, он не может сам
Through
тройку.
shady
Это вообще
lanes.
не вариант будет играть.
The wild is calling. By leaf and limb.
А, это...
I have TP for bottom.
Nature's ferocity.
Oh, they're just like griefing.
Ой,
In green, I go. Uproot and after them.
бро, там нет.
Naturally. By the wilds. Nature calls. On my way. Leaving. In sylvan shade. So I go. I'm under attack. Yes. My hidden paths. Prove. En route. Green wrath. I never come for me. Uproot the foe. The sun in my leaves. Naturally.
Ah,
Окей, брат. А, ну.
Killing spree, whoa!
Ну все, бро, да, релакс.
Uproot and after them. On On my way.
Oh,
By
she's
my shaggy
dominating!
bark. Attack! Yes.
Blow your middle tower! Are you seeing that?
With a wild
High volt in a sec.
spirit.
And you offend us all. Right, come on, your middle tower is under attack!
High volt.
My hidden paths. Nature's
Right,
wrath
come on, your middle tower is under attack!
So I go.
See that coming.
New life will make its home amongst your bones. Pull roots and run.
Он фармит вот тут, я пока не могу туда пройти.
Нет, просто я игрок на СК, он не фармит тройку вообще никак, абсолютно. Только левую
Through
киплю там на
shady
линию.
lanes.
Ты должен больше. Давай.
Nature calls.
Кури, ready to help with this.
Я мужик.
In green, I go.
Я тебе просто играю.
In sylvan shade.
Я сейчас прилечу в топ. А ну, да.
Yeah.
I'm recalling on you, bro. I'm recalling. Stay here. Wait, 3 seconds.
Leaving.
Whoa, mega kill. Uh-oh. Haha, mega kill.
With a wild spear. Come. On my way. Attack. En route. Uproot the foe. Yes. Hide the wild. Make not for you.
Regeneration!
With me. My hidden paths. In green, I go.
I can.
By my shaggy bark.
Your bottom tower, mate! You better hop to it!
So I go.
На самом деле,
Naturally.
for you, Timber, for you. I don't know how you can just die, bro. If you see them, you use Timber chain.
Oh my god, I'm being so lazy.
Промал, с ресов он жадный.
I'm trying to focus. By focusing, I'm being lazy.
Тупую. Не люблю тупость.
Through shady lanes.
Есть он прям?
I'll just take a cutting. In sylvan shade.
Attack, where's the boss?
Nature calls. Yeah.
Дай мне коробочку, бро. Тут смотри, едет. Тут всегда кидай наперед и пытайся тяпкой его пульти поверх, это единственный шанс.
Blow your middle tower! Are you seeing
Whoa, initiating killing spree mode.
Да, я тебе просто объясню ситуацию, как она есть на самом деле.
the enemy's bottom tower? It's fallen! A scrapper after me, ain't
Snip. Limber up.
You can go top on Timber if you want.
I go. En route. Through shady lanes. Come to me. Wild wild is my way. Verdant fury.
Dude, it attacks us though.
Naturally. Yeah.
Bro, get back, Timber, get back. I recall you. Back. Don't do damage.
By leaf and limb. By hidden paths.
Go damage.
On my way. Nature calls.
Oi! Your top tower! It's under attack!
Go free warriors of the wood. How sweetly the sound. By my shaggy bar.
А вот там упор не кидаются.
Yes.
Oi! Your top tower! It's under attack!
Gold!
Hey!
In sylvan shade.
Tower! Well, let's just say it's no longer a going proposition.
With a wild spirit.
Ну караульте, что я иду
So
за
I go.
Your top tower's under attack, son!
In sylvan shade. Pull roots and run. En route. Naturally. Nature calls. So I go. Warriors of the wood.
Radiant forts have been fortified.
The wild is calling. Branching out. The wild is calling.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Leaving.
Recall you. And they will start to do.
Oh, you can
Oi!
get
Your
back
top
to me.
tower! It's under attack!
Uproot you. Verdant fury. Mjolnir. With a wild spirit. I go. By my shaggy bark.
I know you have items. Go kill Libra. Just go push Libra with you and just go on him.
Through shady lanes.
I don't know
On
for
my
you.
way.
They just stuck bottom.
Green is
Ты будешь
good.
мне реколить или я так?
А, у меня КД устав, видишь?
Тэпайся. На сути.
With a wild spirit. Yes.
Okay.
With a wild spirit.
Oh jeez, it's a killing spree!
Nature calls.
Go, no agony, go. No pushback.
Oh my gosh! Four in a row, he's now dominating! He's dominating, Rick! Oh man, this guy's dominating!
Once more.
The enemy's bottom tower is fallen. Oh, some towers.
By my shaggy
can't be
bark.
reasoned with.
Go, free, come.
Empty, bro. Energy TP.
In sylvan shade,
I'm coming.
my hidden paths.
Yeah, sorry, I had TP'd base from bottom fight. Should've called it.
Relax, farm.
En route. Through shady lanes. Come to me. In green, I go.
Huh?
A bit of green. Yes. Uproot the foe. Power wells up from within. So, I'm under attack. Oh,
Go, Timber, go, Chase. Why you pussy? Why you pussy, girl?
warriors of the wood.
The enemy's
Go,
top
empty,
tower
go,
regrets the day it was born.
What are you buying?
Yes.
Nature call.
Pull roots and run.
Radiant's been fortified.
En route.
Don't waste your time.
Nature's ferocity.
Nature call.
Fighting. Thanks me to you.
The enemy's top tower has fallen. Your bottom tower is under attack, son.
I go.
The enemy's middle tower got
My hidden paths.
Yeah, your bottom tower, mate. You better hop to it.
Attack.
Go.
Oh boy, killing spree. Wubba lubba dub dub!
Branch out.
Bro, can you use
By my
nature call every
shaggy
time
bark.
when I recall you? And we just go push right now with 3 and nature call. Nature call,
With a wild
press.
spirit. Uproot you.
Nature call.
Come to me.
He really wants me to call that shit, huh?
Bro, stop. No, not farm, please. Go and.
Naturally. Through shady lanes. With me. Nature calls. Yes. Uproot and after that.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Wild is my way.
The enemy's middle barracks have
Breathe
fallen.
wrath. So I go.
Use it.
Uproot you. Pull roots and run. You're right to be fortified. Nah, mate, don't waste your time. With a wild spirit, warriors of the wood. The enemy's top tower.
See that fucking tree, dude. What the fuck?
Your bottom tower, mate. You better hop to it. With me. Hey, the enemy's top.
He's having a lot of fun with this one.
Rick, he's dominating now. He's dominating.
Double kill. Mega kill.
Uproot. Your bottom tower, mate. You
They got us.
to it.
They got us, boys. Another quality pub ruined by one guy. Sag. I just tuned in. What happened in your game, BSJ?
Some people call you Fred.
Cap J, thanks for the 33 months. And Little Pixelotl. Sup, dude? Holy shit, Cap J with the 20 gifted. Holy fuck. How's the Dutch journey going? The journey is going, my friend. The journey is going. I'm definitely learning a lot of Dutch or like bit by bit, I would say. But yeah, thank you so much, Cap J, for the 20 gifted, my dude. The fuck is this?
You were not the object.
Uproot and after them. By my shaggy bark.
I don't think we need to do rush,
Nature
boys.
calls. In sylvan shade, uproot.
What? Okay. Hey, how's Burrow Strike not blocked by... That guy has an Ags. Fuck. Okay, I've died twice, boys. Okay, my bad. I'll play. I'll play. I'll stop going high ground. It's fine. They've won. They got me. Sekiro apparently has a fucking Ags.
Да что такое? Что ж такое?
It doesn't get blocked by Lincolns anymore? What the fuck? Since when does Burrow Strike not get blocked by Lincolns?
The enemy's bottom barracks have fallen.
Yeah, sorry. Prolonging game.
As a picture. You now have mega creeps. These creeps is serious now.
Right on, Cap J.
And please.
They patched it out. Interesting. I played a lot of Sand King and I did not know they did that.
The enemy's middle tower is coming to. Yeah.
I mean, I'm all about like giving your all, but like this game's pretty pointless for them to be trying like this.
For the tree.
Ну так, кстати, у них уже дофига.
Да, бро, у них нереально до хера. Сейчас за мегаса будет по 20 за крипа давать. Я посмотрю, как они пофармят, когда мы все мы пофармим.
Naturally,
Не говорите, что похуще вообще будет.
the seeds of fortune.
Ты горишь.
By
Я не
my
говорю, просто
shaggy
тупые
bar.
мысли, ну, какие-то. Тупые там что, на Джакира просто меня айспафом не может попасть, когда я улетаю на вас. Просто там 3 АВС сидят.
Yes.
Bro, I don't care, bro. You low skill. I don't care. How you play on Timber? It's very bad.
By the wilds. Verdant fury. Come. On my way. The seeds of fortune. Uproot the foe. Leaving. Come to me. In green, I go. Branch out. En route. With a while, I'm under attack. My
Heh.
disconnect. Attack. The enemy's middle tower is fallen. Radiant structures are fortified.
Wubble up a dub dub! 41 down. It's a killing spree.
Triple kill!
Here we go.
You've tried Medusa offlane? Nice, yeah, Medusa offlane's OP, dude.
Victory.
Very OP. It was in the general changes category of the last big patch. Really? Reflected spells now benefit from all bonuses. Not that one? Like in C or what? In like 7.37? What update? Okay. Abilities that are applied with attacks can no longer be blocked or reflected. The following abilities have their behavior changed. Okay. 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 The abilities that can be unit or point targeted but do not track their target when unit targeted can no longer be blocked or reflected. Oh, wow. Okay, there it is. I had no idea. Abilities that track their target when unit targeted can be blocked or reflected. The followed abilities have their behavior changed. Darkseer Ion Shell. So you can break Lincolns with Ion Shell? Abilities that can be unit targeted and displaces the caster are now blocked on ability cast instead of after displacement. Oh. Wait a minute.
Time
Tiny smash.
Are you telling me if I try to toss to a Lincoln's target, it'll just block it?
Tiny coming in. Prepare for battle.
What? Okay. Abilities that fire a projectile at a primary target. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay, okay. Abilities that fire individual tracking projectiles apply the same effect to all units, triggering spell block reflection independently. Okay. Oh. It is now blockable, reflectable by all targets in an area of effect. That's so interesting, dude. Somebody asked about this the other week, asking why Gleipnir gets blocked by Lincolns, and then I didn't know the answer, and here it is. I knew it did, I just didn't know what the answer was. Unit target abilities that bounce between multiple targets will only trigger spell block and reflection on the primary target. The ability continues, but subsequent targets do not trigger block reflection. Wait, so if I cast Nature's Prophet ulti on a Lincoln's, it'll continue, it just won't hit that unit?
Prepare for battle.
Oh, but it's still... Oh, but I can hit him if I don't target him. What? So I can just globally pop Lincolns with this at no cost other than doing damage to this guy? Oh, wait, if there's no other unit on the map, it'll just trigger on him automatically? Like if I do it over here? What the fuck? I'm learning so much right now. Neutral item active effects can no longer be blocked or reflected. Hmm. Yeah, I'm gonna confirm that. Lincoln's doesn't block if you ground target Gleipnir. That's exactly what... Or wait. Can Gleipnir still be ground targeted?
This is where you prove yourself. Well, not me. Already made up my mind. And it isn't good.
Yeah, so it's still procs. Looks like fucking Star Wars. Yeah! Or maybe Harry Potter. Yeah! Hogwarts. Leviosa. Dude, I learned so much today. Holy shit, dude. I learned so much. Nick, thanks to chat. Indeed. Thanks to chat. Cheers to you, chat. I take a sip of coffee. Cheers to you. Nitrous Oxide, thanks for the 63 months, dude.
Radiant team pick.
Reminder to the 20 gifted subs, to the people who received a free sub, you are eligible for the coaching giveaway later. So it's at 2 p.m., which is in about 4 hours. Free coaching giveaway. The coaching session is done live, like right then and there. I'll make that clear later, but just so you guys are aware. Is text-to-speech bugged? What about it's bugged? Since the coaching is free, are you going to troll us? You can check out the ones from previous weeks.
10 seconds remaining.
If you want to see what they look like.
Radiant team pick.
It's about 5 hours into the stream every Monday, so
Radiant team pick. 10 seconds remaining.
if you're curious what they look like, you can go check it out.
Enemy's turn to pick.
The sub alert sounds robotic. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. I'll look at it.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
I mean, I'm hearing two different people say that it's robotic, so. Is offlane tougher to win nowadays? Yeah, I think in general you play to farm in the offlane. If you remember like 4 weeks ago when the new patch came out, it was Dream League. 33 was jungling at level 3 like every single game. And as a panel, we were kind of making fun of him in a way of like, dude, he doesn't even lane, he just jungles every game. But that's just 33 being a fucking genius, you know? I am meant to be so cold. Most of the carries kind of just shit on you in lane, so. You see me stand on my own again. The antidote that gets me by. I notice all the best threes are the ones that just fuck off and cut waves. Yeah, for sure. P-izzle to the shizzle nizzle. P-nizzle shizzle nizzle. Why'd they put 4 Kunkka? I haven't seen a PL in ages.
Who dares approach my throne? Never cross me.
Prepare for battle.
Never really wanted you to see that side of me that I keep locked inside of me so deep. Love that dick and wait, what? Wanted you to go many times I should have known. It's always just no, never meant to be so cold. Friends? Like they fucking leveled 4 inch?
Oh man, first blood just splattered!
First blood.
Wish I hadn't sticked.
The battle.
Wise counsel.
That was a crazy fucking fight, dude. Wait, we had fucking Tusk Wind Ranger and we lost level 1. That's crazy. We should be careful bottom of feeding here.
The battle begins.
The bone war begins.
Ah, Kunga's really low now.
Focus.
Well, PL's gonna get level 2 before me, which sucks.
Fight.
What the fuck is that block, dude? Creep just walked right through me, bro. Okay, I gotta focus up.
All out war.
That first game, plus talking to you guys and having a good time, baiting me here. I gotta focus up.
I'm always at my best. Death is my shadow. This would make a great well begun is half done. Behold, Doctor. Obey me. Let's be about it. By any measure. Your king is here. Questionable. We are in agreement. Not yet.
My bad, dude.
War is torn. Make way for your better. Who's in charge here? One step closer to world domination. 'Tis your honor. I'll consider it. I'm not ready. Bow before me. Your king moves. Bad peasant. Prostrate yourself. Take a knee, peasant. So what if I swagger? By my decree. All upon them. I'll make thralls of you all. Keep your thought. That's a good edge. I shouldn't have executed the blacksmiths. This is my bitch. It's not time yet. I'm under attack.
You have to release it right away.
I walk among you. as I command. Did I feel a creak in my joint? Questionable.
That is not yours.
Fracture. Time to fight. By my decree. It's not your time. Your king is here. What brings you to these Wraith
Can you check stack on small? He might be stacking.
Never cross me. Even I'm not perfect yet. Submit to the Empire of Blow.
You can pull large.
I'll consider it. Wise counsel. War is taught.
Ringmaster's bottom.
Morty, watch out! It's a killing spree!
Your once and future king is crowned. You are in my presence.
It's not even that good for PL because you can't even land anymore.
Face. It's not time yet. I'm under attack.
I played way too much PL to get fooled by that shit, bruh. I see that you're doing full damage to my ass. Can't get that. Fuck.
Soon perhaps a path opens. Make way for your better. I'm always at my best.
Radiant structures are fortified.
'Tis your honor.
I mean, usually I don't try to win off lane, but this lane I'm against mag PL, so kind of have to try to win.
Has fallen.
We are in agreement. Your king moves of his own accord. Behold the Bone King.
I don't think I can get both of those.
Death is my shadow. Not yet. As you advise. Your king moves. Keep your thoughts to yourself. Well begun is half done.
Your middle tower is under attack.
By any measure. Tis I. Where next to sink my blade? Shovel my bones?
Check. Have control trap. Yeah.
So what if I swagger?
Your middle tower is under attack.
Prostrate yourself.
Oh.
All out war. Keep your thoughts to
Okay.
by my decree. Very well. Curse! Your king is under attack! You are in my presence. I'm under attack.
I shouldn't have leveled my ulti. I don't know why I did that.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Dude. But the skeletons were still gonna respawn. I'm going back bottom, boys. Actually, what the fuck are they doing?
Your king is here.
I really regret summoning those skellies. I'm running bottom, guys.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I walk among you.
Got it.
That was a lot of space for PL, but they just like fed mid, so I think it's okay to give the carry space if they're like feeding.
Prostrate yourself. Behold the Bone King. Your king moves of his own accord.
I actually don't mind leveling my ulti because I did need to sustain a bit.
As I command. We are in agreement. Tis your honor. It's not time yet. Death tax.
Morty, killing
Time to fight. A path open. By any measure. I'll consider it. Never cross me. I'm under attack. Questionable.
blood in the way.
A bone to pick. I'm not ready. Shovel
Your
my
middle tower is
bones.
under attack.
Oh, Rick, he's dominating now. He's dominating.
Did I give you permission to fall? Who's in charge here?
Show me the way. Why soaring on Wraith King? Just buy clarities. You guys are funny. I'm gonna go ahead and time you out for a week, talking in a way like you know Dota better than I do. It's pretty funny. There's a big difference between saying, I usually don't need to go soaring on Wraith King. I feel like stick plus clarity is enough. Rather than, why go soaring on Wraith King? Stick plus clarity is enough. There's such a big difference, you know? So I'll time you out for a week for being a dumbass.
Rank after null, okay? In this game.
Pretty sure that guy always types like that. We can pull up his username. Maybe it's time for a perma. I'll leave his username up so I don't forget.
Well begun is half done. As you advise.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I'm always at my best. Wait for your better.
I don't want to lose my ult for no reason.
It's clear.
Your king moves. At my
Your
word.
top tower is under attack.
I'm gonna finish my radiance and then we can fight. I feel like I'm wasting my time.
Be about it. Not yet. Wise counsel. Death is my shadow.
Your top tower is under attack.
By any measure. As you advise. It's not time.
Fucking skellies didn't get out of the camp.
Well begun is half done. So what if I swagger?
Oh, mega kill.
Thoughts to yourself. Wraith King has his coffers.
I have radiance, guys.
Your top tower is under attack.
Is my shadow. As I command.
Your top tower is under attack.
A path opens.
Your top tower is under attack.
Radiance. By my decree.
Your top tower is under attack.
Wait for your better. Who's in charge here? I'd gladly hit something. 'Tis I. Prostrate yourself. Your king requires. We are in agreement. You are in my presence. Bounty. Your king moves.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I'm not ready. I walk among you. Shovel my bones. For the treasury. I'll consider it.
Oh, no.
Never cross me. Are you okay? It's not time yet. I'll impale you. Behold the Bone King. All out war.
I'm really strong, guys. I have blink. Should play around me.
Your king is here.
Guys, zoning Magnus, guys.
Not yet. War is tall.
Your top tower is under attack.
Oh boy, killing spree.
Your king is under attack. 'Tis your honor. I'm always at my best.
Holy crap, Ricky's unstoppable! Whoa, killing spree. Oh! Hey, Jesus is some wicked sick stuff, Rick, because he just wicked sicked it. That's right.
Wise counsel.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Radiant structures are fortified.
By any measure. By my crown. A fine show of obedience. Questionable. You are in my presence.
Oh man, this guy's dominating!
One more.
Well begun is half done.
Whoa, initiating killing spree mode.
Check out.
Tis your honor.
The enemy's middle tower has
I don't have ult, so I'm playing chill.
Your top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Of his own accord.
Dire structures are fortified.
Guys, you have control threats.
Why is everyone so quiet? I guess I need to turn like voices up in Dota or something.
And your lead all mine. Death is my shadow. Fine fealty. As you advise.
This looks really bad based on what it looks like on the map. Please don't fight in their triangle without my ulti, guys.
Be not timid.
That's like fucking crazy shit. That's like legit crazy shit. Accidentally soul ringed.
Flee while you can. We are in agreement. Wise counsel.
Oh, jeez, he's dominating!
Your king is here.
Coming.
Illusion!
Prostrate yourself. Make way for your battle.
Level up a dub-dub! Mega kill. He just mega killed.
By my decree.
Morty, who was that? Level up a dub-dub!
As I command. Tis I.
Oh, comfort me the way You make me feel.
Enemy's middle tower has fallen. The enemy's middle barracks have fallen.
Give to your king.
Double damage god.
So what if I swagger? I'm always at my best.
Double damage.
Time to fight. All out war.
I have Shivas on courier coming.
Hassan has fallen to the dire.
Oh my gosh, Morty. He's from Boston because he's wicked sick. It's a killing spree over here. Watch out, Morty. Heads up. For me. I'm marking this in my journal. It's a day to remember. There was a monster kill. Double kill.
It's my shadow.
Eyes open up.
As I command.
I'll never wake up without an overdose. Oh,
Questionable.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
I'm not
take the way I feel.
submit to the
Your top tower is under attack.
Not yet. 'Tis I.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
A path opens.
The enemy's bottom barracks have fallen.
Consider it.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Basic Magnus. Basic Magnus.
I walk among you. I'm under attack.
The enemy's bottom barracks have fallen.
They killed all
The precast Yule's Pog.
Whoa, it's godlike time. Godlike. I love it, Morty. I love it.
Oh boy!
Peasant. Let's be about it.
The good old Magnus PL safe lane. The classic.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
GG.
Welcome to all my new self.
Would you pick Wraith King with Anti-Mage still in the pool? Yeah, that matchup's fine. It's almost like I did that during the game. Another one gone. It's almost like I did that. When will you be releasing the new line of BSJ merch of banana suits? Anytime now, coming for sure. Sorry, I didn't see. All good, man. We're on the same page. That's what matters. I have like really mixed opinions about this 7 Yun Duo Dao guy. I don't think he's worth banning, but I don't generally like his chat. He's not like toxic, he's just not, he's kind of annoying, I guess. Just wanted to share. You think anything that you learned during Jenkins stream actually comes from Jenkins? It's just him spewing all the shit that I told him, dude. I did lose one game of Wraith King. Why can't I see his stats? Why are my stats a change guide? There we go. I did lose one game. Sag. I'll be right back.
Ooh, Morty, can you smell that salty blood that just got first spilled?
You get all of your Dota knowledge from Jenkins Herald reviews? That explains a lot. That's a lie. Jenkins taught you everything. Jenkins taught me how to tell myself that I'm free farming when the opponent's 4 levels ahead of me. That's what Jenkins taught me. I'll never forget that. I'll never forget. Jenkins was Venomancer. We were playing DPC against a Terrorblade. Terrorblade carry. He was Venomancer offlane. And I shit you not, for the first 5 minutes, at least on 3 or 4 occasions, he's like, this guy's not touching creeps. We're shitting on this guy. Like, easy game. We're just shitting on this guy. And then, like, I look top at, like, minute 7, and the Terrorblade's level 7, and he's level 4. Oh, man. I was like, damn, we're owning top. He's just fucking losing by 3 levels. I got shit on by Wraith King offlane who went armlet drums. I mean, I think any build's strictly worse than Radiance, in my opinion. But that's just how I see the game of Dota right now. I'm sure there's other builds that work. Turn it! Turn it to call, but could call, dude.
Dyer's courier has
I think to call could, dude, could have turned that. Hell Horse was always free farming? Sure. I mean, owning is in the eye of the beholder. You know what I mean? Eye of the beholder shit right there. What do you think about Echo Saber on Wraith King? I'm not generally a fan. I've seen some people go Harpoon, but I generally think unless you need Harpoon, Echo Saber itself is not very good. There are probably games where Harpoon is necessary. Or like a good item probably. But I would never go Echo Saber on Wraith King. I would go like a late game Harpoon. Like a 4th item Harpoon if I felt like I needed one. What's the off-ramp if someone else picks a Radiance hero? If somebody else picks a Radiance hero, they know what they signed up for. You know what I mean? They signed up for 2 Radiances on their team. That's what they signed up for. If you feel like that's a problem that's commonly occurring, you can pick your hero and say, hey guys, I'm going to be going Radiance. Please don't pick a Radiance builder. You know, if that's something that's commonly happening to you. You said in a video you don't think people who talk about work all the time are that interesting. What about Dota players that talk about Dota all the time? I guess the better... Well, I mean, that's like an overgeneralization. It's that there's times to talk about work and there's times not to. So if I'm like meeting you socially, maybe, you know, if you're a close friend of mine and I want to hear about a project you're really passionate about, or we're maybe doing like a networking event or something and I want to learn about what you do, like that's like the point of whatever we're doing, is we're learning about what each other does. Then I think that's like it's obviously nothing wrong with talking about work, right? The conversation you were talking about, I think, is contextual towards, you know, me thinking that American culture, generally people want to know more about your job than they want to know about you, while in the Netherlands, people want to know more about you than they want to know about your job. But there's definitely times and places to talk about your job. There's nothing wrong with that. I also think the caveat I would give is that if you're somebody who like 100% of your personality is your job, like I don't share the same values that you do, you know? Like job can be an important part of your life, don't get me wrong. But like if I were to ask you if you have no hobby, if you have any hobbies, or like what do you do with your friends on the weekend, and you just say, no, I just work on weekends, or like I'm just busy thinking about work or whatever. It's like, I don't have anything wrong with you. I just don't think you're very interesting, you know? You think there's potential for Echo Saber Mask of Madness? Or Echo Saber or Mask of Madness? Echo Saber or Mask of Madness disassembled into Battle Fury. Maybe? Is there an actual usage for self-cast option on Wraith King? Yeah, if they're all running away and you're low and they're purposely not killing you. Definitely a use of it. There's definitely times where people are intentionally not killing you because they don't want to be slowed.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I talk about work in pubs to make fun of unemployed people who annoy me.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
That's fair.
Whoa, initiating killing spree mode.
Learned how to cope with double radiance from Jenkins. I just say we're in different parts of the fight, so we're getting more radiance value.
Radiant's top tower.
I mean, there's worse things in the world than double radiance. There really are. People overfixate on this shit. It's like some games you'll see double Shivas. Some games you'll see double radiance. People are just noobs, and like if both of our heroes require radiance to function, it's potentially a draft error. But like, I think in certain cases you should build the hero the way it's supposed to be played, or like ideally played, rather than adjusting to your heroes. There's like certain adjustments heroes can make that are fine, and there's certain adjustments that heroes make that they're not really flexible enough to adjust. I think Wraith King without radiance is just like a complete grief. So like if you have a teammate who picks safe lane lifestealer and you're offlane Wraith King, it's kind of like, hey man, we're gonna have 2 radiances. Just letting you know, I think this hero needs a radiance. I understand if you still want to build yours, you know?
Double damage.
When you're getting glimpsed. Oh yeah, if you're getting glimpsed, that's a good one. That's true. I could also use it against X, technically. What about Blade Mail Drums Wraith King? Like I said, I think if it's not Radiance Wraith King, it's not good. But there's other people who will tell you otherwise, right? So, like, there's no point in asking me what about this. I don't think it's good. It wouldn't fit my playstyle if you do that. But if it's working for you and it vibes with you and you feel like you understand the timings, the power spikes, the way that build plays, and it works in your bracket for whatever reason, then fantastic. Go for it. You know?
Radiant team pick.
I tried drums like one time, and it just it felt like it delayed my timings for no reason, really. Ah, the good old Pudge 5. Let's go. How do you feel about Radiance on Anti-Mage? Seems like people are kind of going 50-50 Battle Fury, 50-50 Radiance. Desires in your heart. Lovers. Have you thought about trying to play pro on a different role? Nah. No desire to play pro. Even if I knew for 100% fact that I could make it as a team that would get 8th every tournament, I wouldn't want to play pro. I don't think there's any universe that I would be in a top 3 team, and the only pros that make significantly more money than me are ones that get like top 5 every tournament, I'd say. So for me, it's there's like a huge trade-off where you just lose a lot of quality of life. You're traveling all over the place, no routine, playing Dota 10 hours a day. I think the reason that pros often quit games past the age of like 25 is not because they're too boomer. Maybe in like games like CSGO, maybe. But like I feel like in Dota, the reason most pros quit is because they're just tired of that lifestyle. It just gets old, you know? Is it better for you to watch on Twitch or on YouTube? I would rather you watch on whatever platform feels the most sustainable to you, such that you would watch my stream more. I don't have a preference. I think Terrorblade 3 is very strong. Have you thought about trying... Oh, I already answered that. What about pro golf? I just suck at golf. That's all there is to that one.
Prepare for battle.
Maybe instead of gauntlet, I'm supposed to go... I feel like it's supposed to be a circlet. Yeah, we'll do this. I think Pro Dota needs the tourneys to spread out more. Of course. Agreed. A point that I've talked about a lot on this stream, and I absolutely agree with.
There is work to be done.
Serious question. Is there anybody in chat, and you're completely welcome to have this opinion, and we're gonna like fucking exercise you from the community. Does anybody in chat think the amount of tournaments right now is good? Like, they're like, yes, I love that there's a Dota tournament every week. I'm trying not to say that sarcastically, but I did. But is there anybody that says, yes, I love all the constant action-packed Dota scene tournaments? Is there anybody that thinks that?
There is no it's not
you do. Okay. Okay, it looks like there's a few people. I like it. Kind of hype. Okay. Because I feel like I constantly hear about the people complaining.
Not yet.
I can always watch something as a viewer.
The battle
True.
begins.
This guy has... Wait, how did he die? I guess he just had no armor and got Alma Strike? Wait, how did TA die?
The pleasure will be mine.
This game's nuts. Did we get 3 bounties? We did. I gotta focus on my game now, but I've got a 5 pudge, so we're gonna own this fucking lane. I could level this. Wait, let me level my root.
To the dark. There is work to be done.
There's just no lane opponent here.
Yes. Yes.
Lol. The classic Underlord route into punch hook pog.
Not yet. See if I don't.
That's a fucking classic, boys.
To the dark.
Game's interesting as fuck.
Pleasure will be mine.
I don't think that's a good go, man. I'm gonna miss a bunch of creeps. Okay, I'm coming.
Your lord is under attack.
Unfortunate.
There is no hope. Of course.
There's a fucking Jakiro here. What is going on? Yeah.
Rest for the wicked. No.
Uh-oh.
To the dark.
Really wish I leveled my Q now. Because there's just 3 heroes top.
Yes. Denied. With pleasure.
Radiant structures are fortified. Your top tower is under attack.
I mean, I'm just fucking dead, huh?
Radiant's turret has been killed.
I really wish I leveled my Q. I really wish I leveled my Q.
Your top tower is under attack.
I thought about it, and then I didn't level it. I don't have TP, so you can go back to lane if possible.
Your top tower is under attack.
I'm no stranger.
We're so fucked.
The pleasure
Your
will
top
be
tower
mine.
is under attack. Radiant's courier has been killed.
I think we lost this game, boys. We have 5 melees against Bristleback Monkey King. I could have maybe bought a windlass. Oh, that's a good cook. I really wish I had leveled my Q.
There is work to be done. Denied.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Absolutely. There is no hope.
I mean,
Your lord is under attack.
we just don't have a small camp.
Without mercy. No escape.
What's so funny about this whole situation is this lane would be 10 times easier if we just had a small camp.
Absolutely.
So I'll just buy a Ward and a Sentry.
Do not keep me waiting.
But I'm also just gonna jungle.
Despair moves.
Yeah, the cleave is so small it doesn't even hit the creep next to it.
The pleasure will be mine. I bring darkness. Pleasure.
Your middle tower is under attack.
It's not time yet. To the dark.
Is it just up there? It is.
I'm not ready. I come to conquer. Burn.
Killing spree, whoa!
Yes. Seize if I don't.
I'm gonna be trying my best, but I understand. The enemy team has Jakiro, Tinker, and we have Slark, Pudge. It is what it is.
I bring darkness.
Really thought I'd get 6 off that, sadly.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Without mercy.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Absolutely.
I'm just gonna go ahead and do this real quick. People who don't get core and then do this
Your
are just
bottom
very
tower is
annoying.
under attack.
And it's like the new jungle Minnow, basically.
Is it so?
Your top tower is under attack.
They're not actually trying, you know? Like, there's no argument that, like, they're trying to play support. They're just picking Pudge and Slark and, like, AFKing the brain, you know? Like, a minimal effort would just deward the small camp, right? Like, minimal effort, I feel like.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
The pleasure will be
Your
mine.
middle tower has fallen. Your bottom tower is under attack.
But we're gonna try.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I'm gonna play it out. Am I thinking have a blink soon?
Your
No.
bottom tower has fallen.
I will teach them obedience. Yes.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Oh yes. Not yet. Die!
I'm gonna just do this. Probably lost, but it is what it is. Try our best.
To the dark.
Oh my god! Four in a row. He's now dominating. He's dominating, Rick.
I really want to stack these ancients.
To be done.
Your top tower is under attack.
Despair. Firestorm.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Darkness spreads. The
Oh, I did
pleasure
stack them,
will
nice.
be mine. Seize if I don't. Yes. Of course.
I don't know how I win this game. I don't think there's a way, but
Your top tower is under attack.
Another falls.
I don't think there's a way for me to win this one.
Your middle tower is under attack.
To the dark.
Your middle tower is under attack.
You will not be.
Whoa, mega kill. Uh-oh. Mega kill.
There is work to be done.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I might just die if I go here. Actually, TA's playing really far up. I just hope she doesn't have a trap. If she has a trap, I'm gonna die for sure.
Are fortified. Your top tower is is under attack.
Oh yes.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Wait, no, hold on! He's unstoppable!
Your top tower has fallen.
There is no. Scorching! I've come for you.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack.
Absolutely.
That sucks.
Oh, Jesus,
I mean, I didn't think he'd just be able to kill me. That's GG. We'll chill.
Your top tower is
That's
under attack.
ridiculous!
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Yes. Freedom.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. Your middle barracks are under attack.
Stop this. What can you do?
Your middle barracks has fallen. Your middle barracks are under attack. Your middle barracks has fallen.
Unfortunate.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I guess I'll like go down here. I think they can see this, but
Your bottom tower is under attack.
ba-da-da-da, ba-da-da-da, da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da.
With pleasure. Yes.
How's chat doing?
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Did you make a video for Pit Lord? I talked about it in my meta update last week. I didn't make like a specific video for Pit Lord.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
Talked about why I thought it was generally meta and all that. Beautiful fall.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
The thing is, I don't actually think Slark support is a grief. It's just the people that are picking it are the people that would pick General Vindo, you know? It's the same people.
Tower is under attack.
And then they're fucking useless playing it, so it's like, it is a grief because of the way they're
Your
playing it, you know?
bottom tower has fallen. Your bottom barracks are under attack. Your bottom barracks has fallen. Your bottom barracks has fallen.
How are you doing? I'm good, man. Good. Life's good right now. I leave for Dream League this Saturday.
Oh boy, killing spree.
Holy shit, I'm rich.
Your middle tower has fallen.
We got another house viewing on Wednesday. Not sure if there's any much else to report right now. I'm making a lot of new emotes for the channel. I guess that's something to report.
Your middle tower has fallen.
TV.
Your ancient is
Did you do anything fun over the weekend? Last weekend, like not the one that just happened, but the one before, I was really busy. I went on like a day trip to Breda, and I did a bunch of stuff on that Friday. So this weekend I didn't do anything, pretty much. I always have like a movie night on Saturday with my girlfriend, so we watched a couple episodes of Severance. And that's about all I did this weekend in terms of doing something. We always do like a movie night Saturday. If we don't actually go out and do something, we do like a movie night. And then we do like coffee in the morning. So we did like a walk around town. It's been like beautiful weather here. So we did like a really nice walk. You're there permanently? Yes, sir. Planning on staying in the Netherlands very, very long term. So, how'd you meet the new lady? We met on a dating app about a year and a half ago, a little less than a year and a half. You do put yoga with your partner once a week? That's great. I do yoga with my girlfriend 3 times a week. So yeah, we started doing it like once a week back in December. And now it's about 3 times a week. Because right now, since we don't live together, we spend every Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday night together. And then on Wednesday, Friday, Sunday morning, we wake up and do 10 to 20 minutes of yoga, depending. Usually on Sunday, we'll do a bit longer of a yoga session. And then on Wednesday, Friday, it's just like a 10-minute one. You do yoga 3 times a week and Pilates once? Nice. Anything, like, as much as you can get is great. Arteezy says most Slark supports are grief because people with no specific Slark skill think it's a good general support. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people who just copy-paste with no understanding of why something's good, right? And Slark is one of those, in my opinion, like, very obvious heroes that you either understand why it's good or you don't. You can't just, like, pick it and play, you know?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And whenever you have heroes like that are in meta, but you have to like actually understand how to play them and people just pick them, it's not good, right? Like it kind of ruins pubs, to be honest. But the thing is, I feel like if that guy wasn't playing Slark support, he would just be doing something else. You know, like he'd be playing Veno jungle last patch. So for me, it's Slark support is not the problem. It's just the way that the problem is manifested currently in this patch. You know what I mean? The problem is that there's tons of core players in this bracket, and whenever they're stuck playing support rather than actually giving any amounts of shits, like even like remote shits, like if that guy wants to play Jakiro in lane and go fucking Midas Ags, like fine, dude. That's at least trying to play the game, you know? Even if it's not ideal. But like when they do what they did there, it's just like... the thing is, 2 of my 3 games today have been ruined by this, right? Because my first game of the day was the same thing in reverse. Like I won the first game of the day in reverse. They had a Slark support who just didn't lane in this game. So their sanking offlane was just 1v2 and got fucked. So like we won this game because of the same reason. And then I think Wraith King game was the only game that was an actual game. And I was against like Magnus PL safe lane. So like, to be honest, like all these games are pretty dog shit. Now that I actually think about my day so far, like all 3 games have just been pretty atrocious. I would say my team this game was pretty nice, but like... It's like one of those things where... Have I had an actual competitive game today? Not really. So, it's unfortunate. Just kind of the state of Dota right now. Can't really think about it too much. How hard would it be to get Dutch citizenship without your Liquid contract? My Liquid contract really has nothing to do with me being able to be here. It was more so having somebody who knew how things worked here and having familiar faces. I don't need to be a part of Liquid in order to live here, and I never needed to be. Americans can move to the Netherlands relatively easily, as long as you're, you know, able to actually move, meaning like your life doesn't require you to stay somewhere and your job doesn't require you to stay somewhere. But yeah, for me, Liquid provided the opportunity more so than anything. We're just gonna sit here and chill because I do have an actual coaching session in 20 minutes. I was hoping for that pub to, you know, fill the time between, but then it ended up being like a 15-minute pub, so just kind of is what it is. I'll just let the guy know that I'm ready whenever.
There's no accident anymore. This isn't an accident. This person triple kill because they got a triple
Radiant's
kill.
middle tower is under attack.
Close to the mysteries.
Wait, no, hold on.
Morty, I'm gonna combine us. Ready?
No,
I'll just let him know my pub finished early so we can start early if he's available. Who are we coaching? He is a 4800 MMR, mainly 5, that historically played 1. Says he'll be ready in 5 minutes. Cool. I'll open up my journal here.
Are scanning. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Actually, that's not the right page.
Morty, who was that? I don't know. It was pretty tight.
I feel like a lot of my games are either stomped or getting fucked. Why is that?
Oh my gosh, Morty. He's from Boston because he's
I mean, for me,
sick.
it's just complete lack of Valve like monitoring the game at all. It's like the pubs are the equivalent of what my chat would look like if I never moderated it. You know what I mean? Like, that's what pubs are.
Jesus, this is some wicked sick stuff, Rick, because he just wicked sicked it. That's right.
I'm gonna go ahead and just take notes to start our coaching session in a sec here.
Radiant's
Today
middle
is
tower
the
is under
12th.
attack. Dire's top
How
tower
far into the
is
stream
under
will we
attack.
be? 2 hours and like 18 minutes ish. Igor 4800. Position 5. Hello BSJ, hope you're having a good day. Can you give some insights on Templar Assassin skill builds? Most people max meld after refraction, but I generally felt 2 or 3 points in side blades help clear camps earlier and faster. Yeah, I think the big difference for side blades is, yes, the split amount goes up by a bit every level, but I think it's the fact that people are rushing Dragonlance that they do this. I think a lot of it just has to do with how much you are going to be fighting or not. I usually like to go 2, 3, 4 points in side blades as well. Just because you don't really have like the mana to sustain both of these spells. So I think it also depends on like what facet you're taking. Like I've seen people take the meld facet and they go 1-4-4. I've seen that before. So I think there's a lot of variance on TA's skill build, and it's just because the hero has a lot of different ways to play the early game. She has a lot of different ways to do the same thing. Do you know what I mean? Like, she's going to play the game pretty similarly every game, but she can do it very differently based on matchups. So I actually think TA is like a great hero if you're looking to better understand skill builds and stuff. Hey BSJ, have you seen Doug Polk's YouTube video regarding the $30 million ACR scam? It says your name on the list of scammed people. Yeah, I did a sponsorship for ACR and they never paid me. I have not seen the video, but you know, I guess technically I got scammed. I know it's like a big lawsuit going on right now. I did that sponsorship like a year and a half ago or something.
Radiant's bottom
Actually, no, that was like
tower
2
is
years
under
ago that I
attack.
did that
Radiant's bottom
sponsorship.
tower has been denied.
What was annoying about that sponsorship is that since it's a poker website, they pay pretty high, and the website's not allowed in the Netherlands. So in order to do the sponsorship, I had to take a train to Belgium and stream from there. So it's like a 2-hour trip each way. So I did that 3 separate occasions. I took a train to Belgium and did those streams, and then I never got paid. So, you know, it's part of the job, but sucks for sure.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
F. Andre, sorry for missing your sub. I wanted to tell you, F. Andre, that I took what you said to heart. I think it was you that told me you'd prefer if I put, you know, the month and the day in my title on my YouTube videos. So I put May 15th. I actually wrote out the word May. So I took that to heart. But thank you for the sub, dude. And Twitch Hurt, thanks for the Twitch Prime as well, dude. How many instances of I was not paid for this do you have? Honestly, compared to a lot of people, I don't have that many. As of right now, it's the ACR sponsorship and it's the Bali Major. I think there's still a chance I get paid for the ACR sponsorship because I know it's like an ongoing lawsuit. There's like, I'm not assuming I'm going to, but I know there's a chance that I will. But I'm like 99.8% sure I'll never get paid for the Bali Major. So what I always like to say about the Bali Major was that if you guys know her, she worked the DPC. Her name's Aurora, like that's her screen name. She was like a panelist caster, and she became my friend. Like we became friends after that event. So I always say I got paid for the Bali Major with a new friend. That's what I you know, that's what I choose to have the perspective on, you know. My payment was a friendship. I would have also liked the, you know, 10 grand or whatever. I don't remember what it was. 7, 8, 10.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Literally paid in exposure, indeed.
Dire's bottom barracks has fallen.
Gonna turn my music off. Another quick question. I'm struggling to close games with Nature's Prophet, especially games going even. What is Nature's Prophet late game plan? How to approach fights? You approach fights by sending your level 25 trance at towers, forcing somebody on their team to defend it, and either killing that guy or taking an advantageous 5v4. That's how you win with that hero. Oh, good, dude. We call here. Yo.
Hello.
How you doing?
Yo.
Yeah, sorry. There's no handbook that I've prepared for how to do coaching sessions. Usually I just do them here, and then I share a screen with you, and we go over a couple replays or anything else you had in mind.
Cool.
Yeah, man. So I got your preliminary questions. You said you've been you're mainly a position 5 now, 4800 MMR. You historically played 1. You play about 12 to 15 hours a week over the last year. You took like a 5-year break, but you've been playing since like 2006 for Dota 1, but you did take a long break in there. And you said you'd like to review your laning, improve there. And you're just saying you're not sure if you're consistently applying the things that you feel like you are trying to work on, and you get tunnel visioned a lot. Is there anything else you'd like to mention before we kind of get into it?
Yeah, I think that covers it. And then the other thing is, because, you know, I've watched random YouTube videos and things and sort of read about what I theoretically should be doing. And sort of the idea of, I guess, creating opportunities or looking for opportunities to capitalize on as a support in particular, is something which I don't necessarily think I'm particularly good at unless it's staring at me in the face. So sort of understanding that a bit more and unpacking that would be useful so I know what to look out for.
I think a lot of this is actually, I don't think I've ever articulated it quite this way, but for me, it's not like just in this moment, it felt like the obvious way to describe this. I feel like I remember watching a YouTube video like a month or two ago, and this was about real life, where the guy said really smart people don't know what to do, they know what not to do. So I actually think in Dota, creating opportunities is the exact same thing. So I think I actually think the best way to view creating opportunities, at least to start, like the fundamentals of creating opportunities, is learning things that are a waste of your time. So that if you continue to avoid those things, given the circumstances, then I think naturally more opportunities will be created. And I think a lot of the time when I've told people about like a play they could have made, a lot of times it wasn't necessarily in my head the fact that they missed that play. It's that what they were currently doing just wasn't useful. So is that okay if we kind of take that approach when I watch your game? Or like,
yeah, sure.
Cool. That's a little bit, I think it'll work, but I've never actually done it that way. So yeah, so I'll just take a note here. Yeah, okay. Did you have any other questions or comments before we get into it?
I don't think so. No. Yeah, I'm like, yeah, like I said, 4.8k MMR, and like my MMR doesn't concern me too much. Like I don't want more MMR for the sake of having more MMR. I want to have more MMR because I'm getting better, and that reflects it. If that sort of makes sense.
Yeah, I view the same way.
So yeah.
You improve to gain MMR. You don't. If you improve, you gain MMR. If you gain MMR, that does not necessarily mean you improved. So, that's how I like to look at it.
Cool.
Order of operations very important, I think.
Mm-hmm.
That's what my math teacher taught me. If you want to go ahead, if you want to go ahead and send me the replay IDs, or 1 or 2, however many replays you have, and you know whatever order you want to go in them. Make sure I share my screen with you. Yeah. You'll see Dota in a second here. Let me actually just move you.
Yeah, cool.
Over.
Got it.
Okay. Cool. So who are you? There you are. You are the Shadow Shaman. Okay. Big Shadow Shaman fan here. For whatever reason, Dota's been downloading replays much more slowly nowadays.
So do you want me to preface this replay at all, or do you want to just sort of jump
if you
in
have
and talk
things
about it as we go?
that's up, like if you have general statements about the game, if you have timestamps that you'd like to focus on, if you'd like me to just start from the beginning, I guess the preface would be, you know, you mentioned wanting to get a bit, or breaking down the laning stage. Would you like me to just watch it from minute 0? Did you have specific things that you wanted to just go look at in the game, or what are your thoughts?
Yeah, so I don't have specific timestamps, so I guess from the start sounds good. So for me in this game, I guess overarching, I felt like I was doing the right things or trying to do the right things in lane, and it just didn't click with my carry. So yeah, like it ended up feeling not that great, and then I sort of felt I was behind for most of the game and was kind of yeah, I'm not really sure how effective I was being this game.
How would you say it didn't click with your carry? Like, what do you think the disconnect was? And, like, what was your general response in game? Whether that's actually saying something to him or whatever your mindset is when that happens. Like, do you mind breaking that down a little bit?
Yeah. So I think there were times where I thought we could get kills or we should be pressuring them, and he didn't necessarily want to. And I tried mentioning it a couple of times, and he didn't really he didn't really respond to that. We had a couple of rotations, which I think should have resulted in some really good stuff and didn't necessarily. And then, so, you know, after that, I think I tried moving around a little bit and it didn't end up being effective. And at that point, I was a bit lost as to, I suppose, what the best thing for me should be to do.
Gotcha. I'm going to spend the time we're watching this one downloading the other one, because I don't know why replays are taking so long nowadays. I hope it's not my PC. But I'll download this one while we're watching.
Yeah, cool.
The other one. Maybe it's because I'm streaming and shit. I don't know. Okay. Is it going to start? Let me just make sure it starts. Okay. Okay. It's a pretty common dynamic, I would say, that, like, I would say maybe 10% of the time it's the other way around, but I'd say 90% of the time it's the support wanting to be way more aggressive than the carry. You know, you having prior experience as carry will definitely help you here. I just ask you, you know, what do you think the carry's perspective is in general when that happens? Like, why do you think carries generally don't want to be as aggressive?
I mean, I guess it's because they want to hit creeps, so they don't want to lose potential CS from being aggressive.
Yeah, exactly.
Is my sort of overarching answer, I guess.
Yeah, so that's an important thing. I assumed you'd probably give a similar answer to what I was thinking. I guess what I'm gonna look out for is there's two possibilities here, right? Obviously, you two are on different pages. There's one where he just doesn't understand the limit of his hero and necessarily how to properly contribute to the lane as a carry, and thus it's making your game a bit more difficult, and you have to learn to be a bit more passive due to his lack of understanding. But there's also a chance that you're going a lot of the time that he's gonna miss like 3 creeps. So we're just gonna have to see what the answer is, you know? So a lot of times I try to tell support players, like, have a good idea of what your carry is gonna miss if he goes, and you can look to time things around that. It's not always possible, but it's just something to keep in mind. So we'll watch the lane under that lens. So we block hard camp. You're against Terrorblade Zeus. Okay. It's interesting because I think this spell is really good if your carry wants to hit them level 1, right? Anti-Mage is a level 2 carry. I think it's really important to think about how your carries power spikes in lane happen, and then how your abilities line up with their power spikes. So one of the big weaknesses of Anti-Mage, and something you should consider every lane, is that he can't get range creeps easily. You know, the only way he'll get range creeps is if it's like uncontested or he's like auto attack canceling in front of the TB. So in that case, because he's a level 2 hero and he's not a hero that can secure range creeps, I would 100% level my Q and look to use it on the range creep if the opponent's going to go for the deny, and I can shock them and the range creep at the same time. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Yep.
Is there anything about that you don't think about, you've got a question about, anything like that?
Yeah, I've never really thought about it in that context. I've thought about sort of like kind of kill windows, I suppose, and, you know, if we get to level 2, what the kill opportunity looks like, but I've never thought about it in context of securing the range creep and that sort of thing.
Okay. Yeah, I think the biggest weakness of most carries level 1 is the range creep, and most of my experience playing carry in my entire history of Dota is that if I can't get the range creep, the opponent just freely denies it and then gets the first 2 range creeps. They'll get level 2 before I do, and then that just snowballs into me getting like virtually no range creeps for like most of the lane. You know what I mean? Like the first 2 range creeps snowball really hard. So the first 2 range creeps are actually a really important objective in lanes. So focusing on range creep dynamic, I'm just going to put that there. So what I try to teach people when it comes to improvement is it's not about pick this hero, do this. It's more like what questions are important to ask yourself in regards to entering lanes or entering certain stages of the game. And if you start asking that question every single game, suddenly it becomes autopilot, and then you're no longer consciously asking yourself the question. You'll just think about it, right? And that decision gets made almost instantly. So the question I ask myself is, how do we plan to get level 1 range creeps? You know, between the two of us. In some lanes, it's like simply not possible, just given the matchup. But the majority of the time it is. So how do we get level 1 range creeps? And, you know, I'll do a little quiz for you. What level hero would you say Sven is? In terms of when he's strong in lane. Like, between the first 3 levels, which level is Sven the strongest, would you say?
You mean in terms of being able to hit creeps or get kills?
Being able to assist you as a carry.
Assumedly level 1, because he gets his stun, or he can get his stun.
Yeah, and his other 2 spells aren't that great for helping you. Like, Warcry's nice and all, but like, yeah, he's a level 1 hero, right? So you know, taking your E might work as Sven, but at the same time, he probably wants you to stun them for you and you to right-click them and nuke them, you know? What about, like, a CK?
I guess level 2 or 3, depending when he has both his Q and his W.
Yeah, so level 1, he can definitely contribute, but I'd say level 3 when he has, like, 1-1-1, he's really nice. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So I'm just giving you little quizzes for fun, just so a little bit of practice of thinking about when these heroes are strong. Like PA level 2 hero, PL's a level 18 hero, just ignore him, he doesn't exist. You know, Faceless Void is a level 1 hero in regards to protecting himself, but he's like a level 2 or 3 hero in regards to ever being aggressive. You know, I'm just giving examples here. So important things to think about, that every carry has a degree of the way they want to play the lane between levels 1 and 3. I think a lot of people think about like level 6 power spikes, but they don't break down these first like 3 levels very much. And I think you're definitely high enough MMR where we can start thinking about these things. So, I mean, you can start thinking about these things earlier than almost 5k, but you know, for the people watching. So the problem with this matchup is that they got level 2 before you. That's a big one. And Anti-Mage is like 90-10 hard countered by TB because of the reflection. So, so like if we rewind this lane, what's really important in Dota is to avoid 1v2s. So, like, right here, if you walk back in again, you're going to potentially be in a 1v2. So, don't walk back here. See how there's 2 heroes that could attack you, and there's only you that can attack them?
Mm-hmm.
This is, like, a really important dynamic. I want you to, like, utilize your geometry from 15 years ago and think, I don't want a triangle of heroes that includes me and 2 enemies. Like, this triangle, Anti-Mage can't hit this guy, right? So this triangle is not like an actual triangle. But like in this case, Terrorblade can reflect you and Zeus can hit you because he's ranged. So this is a triangle I don't want to be in. Do you see that?
Yep. Yep.
Okay. So these are little things that add up a lot. They add up a lot if you do this consistently and correctly. So I don't want to give you like too many things to work on at once. But I think the level 1 to 2 power spike thing is something you think about going into the lane. And then thinking about position-based triangle power spikes is also really important. So like right here, if I'm looking at this lane, the number one important thing right now is you go up and right-click this range creep so he can kill it, and then you right-click and kill this one so you guys get level 2 before they do. There's like nothing else more important than that right now.
Okay.
So anything else you're doing that's not getting level 2 before them when the other guy's gone and getting more creeps in a countered matchup, meaning your anti-mage is not happy about this matchup, that I look at it as like, we're not playing the lane the way we want to play. So if you guys hit level 2 right before TB does because you kill these 2 range creeps or something, oh man, that's an amazing time for you to shackle this guy, him blink on him, Zeus is over here. Like, that's amazing. That's an example of like, damn, that'd be a great opportunity. And if that doesn't happen, it just doesn't happen, you know? But the thing is, when you're level 1 and they have more creeps than you, what that means, if they have more creeps than you, is that even if a fight is going on, meaning like you trading with them and all that, you're probably tanking more creeps than them. And if you're not tanking creeps, your creeps are dying, which means they're getting experience while this is going on, which probably means they're going to get level 2. And then there's going to be 4 creeps in your tower and they're level 2 and you're level 1. Do you see how like playing anything other than killing these creeps is going to spell usually bad things for you?
Yeah, that makes sense. So I think in my mind here, typically what I would think is the Zeus is gone, so I should harass the TB out so the AM kind of has space. But I think, yeah, killing those range creeps makes sense to kind of get that spike early.
Yeah, so the big deal about this is, what did we say the carry's objective is, right? It's to get creeps. There are so many ways you can help him get creeps with just right-clicking the right creeps that even supports in my games don't fucking do. And to me, if you're a carry player, it's honestly really obvious if you think about it. Meaning, the times where you would click a creep is really obvious if you know that it's something you could do. You know what I mean? Like, you're just not really thinking of it as an option. But it's like, Zeus is gone. This creep's 2 hits from being dead. Just click it for him. You know what I mean? Like, ping it and click it for him. and then have the guy click it with you. That's the kind of thing that most supports are not thinking about objectively. There are so many times where I'm like, dude, support, just fucking turn and hit the creep, dude. Because it's like a creep that's 2 hits from death, and there's an offlaner somewhat near it, where he would be able to walk up and deny it between my 2 attacks, but he's not currently next to it. That happens so often. And I'm like, dude, just click it! I mean, like, please! So if we can get you doing that, that'd be fantastic. And it's funny, because Anti-Mage is spending his time denying creeps rather than clicking them, so he's equally as bad as you are. You know what I mean? Like, you're both in the same bracket for a reason. It's not like he's trying to do this and you're just completely going against his plan. You know what I mean? So yeah, this is me critiquing all people in your bracket, apparently. But yeah, if I see this guy metamorph and you guys have creeps against you, this is like super fucking scared mode. Like, I'm confused why we're not spending this time defensively aggroing these creeps with our anti-mage and clicking them for him. Like, what about this situation wants me to be anywhere near this fucking Terrorblade right now? Like, it's bugged a little bit, but he's meta'd with level 2 and you guys are all level 1. So these are little things to think about that add up so much.
Blood has been spilled, Morty, for the first time in this game.
Yep. Absolute complete disaster mode. And so my question is, what's your thought in the lane when that thing that just happened happens? Like, where you die as 2 heroes and suddenly the lane's on the back foot.
So I think there, in that specific situation, because the TB was so low, I was like, oh, we can come back in and get this kill here. So this was the first sort of moment where it felt really like me and the AM weren't on the same page. So,
okay.
You know, I TP back in. The TB is running behind our tower, trying to get around, loop around the trees. So I grab him, and then I expected the AM to just blink in and sort of help follow up.
Okay.
And he didn't. And that's the first point where like, like, I reckon we could have gotten that kill. Maybe I was wrong, but that was sort of like what I was going for there.
Okay, so I see it right here, where right now, if you shackled him like right here, but you don't have shackle, then I feel like Anti-Mage could go on him. But Anti-Mage level 1 blinks not very far. So, like, he would have to miss... Once again, he's missing 2 creeps. This guy has what? 5 CS at 2.5 minutes, and he's going to miss 2 creeps to help you. So let's put ourselves in his perspective. Secondly, when the opponent's low, is that the only way we can punish them is to kill them?
I mean, I guess not, no.
Okay, what's other ways to punish them?
Well, I mean, I guess if they remain low, then they're no longer as strong in the lane, so we can kind of push them out a bit, which means they lose CS. They can't pressure if we pull camps.
Nailed it. So we want to keep the lane in front of our tower if possible and pull camps. That's like another way to punish this.
Mm-hmm.
And these are things that you're just not going to do, right? Meaning, like, based on what I'm watching, you're not going to do them. So, like, right now, I see this and I'm like, oh, because he's low, we can both just free farm this camp together. This is a big camp pull. And then I can free farm this with him, and then I can go pull this small camp, and there's nothing they can do about it. What can they do about it? He doesn't have meta. He looks like this. What's he going to do about it? I can go farm this with my anti-mage, pull this camp, walk over, get the Lotus. There's so many things I can do because this guy has no HP.
Yeah, that's not the way I thought about it at all. I was like fixated on trying to get that return kill or like,
What is so funny about this is you are a former carry player.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I find to be really funny about this, because I would imagine coming into the session, like if I had like, if my only tidbit of information is that you're a former carry player trying to play 5, where's the efficiency mindset? You know what I mean? Where to go? Like, I think that's actually really funny because, like, so I try to tell carry players it's important that sometimes you sacrifice creeps in order to get kills or be aggressive, because that will get you more creeps later. It's important for supports to focus on creeps sometimes. And they just never do, honestly. The majority of supports never do. It takes, like, really high-level support understanding to get you guys to be like, play for creeps. The only objective, which is what supports generally want to play around, is objectives. In the first 5 minutes is creeps. So thinking about these creeps are the objective right now. We want to control this area. That's all that matters, because they're the objective. And then looking at the time, we would control this area, and we know after 15 seconds, we're going to walk over here. And then because it's 2:46, we're going to pull that camp, and then we're going to walk over here. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that makes sense.
So you said you have a habit of getting tunnel visioned. I'm here reminding you that the creeps are the sole objective in lane. Period. Anything else that's happening outside of that, it's because you consciously are assessing there's nothing to do with creeps right now, let's go kill them. Or if we play for creeps, we're going to lose this lane. That's like the two real ways to know you're supposed to go on them. But the only way you can learn that playing for creeps loses you the lane is by playing for creeps. And then losing some lanes. Do you know what I mean?
Yep.
So, I think if you flip your priority to be embracing how your carry thinks and how your former carry self thinks, if we flip that from like, honestly right now, I'd say you're 90-10 aggression, 10%, if that, focused on creeps. I want you to flip that. Eventually, it'll end up being like 60-40 in favor of creeps. But I want you to flip that for me, like really hard. Purely think about creeps as an objective. Purely make all of your decision making based on where the creeps are. And securing range creeps and securing pulls. And then what happens is, since you have 3 coaching sessions with me, if you do that really well, like meaning you just embrace that fucking shit, you're going to mess up, of course. There's going to be times where it's not correct, because it's not correct 100% of the time. And then we can talk about those. So for me, it's when people have a biased tendency towards one extreme, which in your case, you have a biased tendency towards aggression over creeps. I want you to, as hard as you can, overcorrect. And then I'll basically tell you the times where I'm like, yeah, let your bias run free and just fucking go on these guys. You know what I mean?
All right. Sounds good.
Okay, cool. So I'd say your homework for the next session is like shift as much focus as possible. Shift as much focus as possible to creeps in the first 5 minutes. And honestly, if you really think about how many creep objectives there are, range creeps are different than melees. Flag bearers are different than melees because they have magic resistance. There's 2 pull camps. Sometimes both of them are good for you. Sometimes it's only one. Sometimes it's neither. There are so many things involving creeps. This is shit that like pro level players still lose to each other because one team has like a better understanding of pull camps. I remember talking to Aiden from Team Liquid Insania, where he's like, me and Mickey were losing lanes for like 3 months in a row because I was not blocking the right camps and pulling at the right times. And he's like, that was purely why we lost. And once we fixed that, we were like crushing everybody, you know? And that's like tier 1 fucking best players in the world. So when I heard that, I'm like, damn, you know, that's cool. I don't mind sharing that because that was like 2 years ago. I'm sure everyone else knows that by now. Okay. That guy kind of fed a little bit. I wouldn't hesitate to be right-clicking these creeps with anti-mitch. You know, I always wonder, like, I understand you're trying to zone the Zeus potentially, but you can click these creeps for anti-mage. You can also drag them to the anti-mitch. Like, you can walk over here, aggro somebody on the map, and drag them to your anti-mage. There's a lot of things you can do to help this guy out here that are not just zoning. Yep. And I'm just mainly talking about, here's all of your options that I know you're not considering. I think you missed a pull camp there. Really important that you missed a pull there because of the fact that the lane's pushing outside of tower and you guys are currently losing the lane and Terrorblade's meta. So I think it's really important with all of these factors that you pull this camp right now.
Yep. Okay.
Is there... So, I guess to premise, I view pull camps as a way to either force a fight around the pull camp or to force not fighting them for like 20 seconds. That's the way I view it. Usually the hard camp is more about forcing a fight around it, and the small camp is about avoiding a fight. Have you ever thought about it that way, or does that at least make sense to you, how I view that?
Yeah, I haven't thought about it that way, but that does make sense to me.
Okay. So in every moment of the lane, theoretically, you can be thinking, do we want to fight them at this exact moment based on the power spike discussion that we had earlier? And that can tell you when to pull or not. So like right now, this guy's meta'd, he's level 4, anti-mage level 3, lane's pushing out. Makes no sense for us to want to lane against them up here for the next 20 seconds. Thus, pull.
Yep. Okay.
And so these are things that I would hope, if you really focused on this for the next like couple weeks to a month or whatever, that you're gonna, the first step will be that you walk in a lane being like, oh, I don't want to fight this guy right now, I should have pulled. You know, like you'll first not have the you won't have the foresight to know like I should have pulled here, but then you'll start being able to reverse engineer the foresight that you had and be like, oh, that's an ability I don't want to fight into, that's something I don't want to fight into, this is a state of the lane I don't want to fight in, you know, that kind of stuff. And you'll self-correct, hopefully. So I would say even though his meta's over, I still wouldn't want to fight him. And also, by not pulling, you're now getting this, where they're actually abusing you properly, which is to maintain a double wave outside of their tower, which could have been prevented by just pulling the range creep here. Most notably, if you did that, then their creeps would kill your range, you know? And then you wouldn't have double range, and then this wouldn't be as effective. I think it's really important, if you can, against TB, to use this passive to right-click his illusion. If you ever see opportunities. It just kills it.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
When the lane's this far up, anti-mage versus TB, do we want to be laning? No, looks like your Quap is ganking though. What you should do is you should pull this camp and then synergize your rotation with Quap, is how this should go.
Yeah, so I think I realized about 5 seconds before this that I shouldn't be up here. So initially I was up here because I figured if I leave, the AM just dies. So that's why I stayed up in the lane, and I realized 5 seconds beforehand that I probably should go pull, and then the Quap was walking up the lane. So I was like, well, I kind of need to stick around because the Quap will be here
Can
soon.
you tell me exactly what course or series of spells kills your anti-mage? Hold to 0. How do they kill him?
Well, I assume if they get the reflect on him, he'll be slow enough that even if he blinks away, they can catch up to him, and probably, you know, a bolt gives him the mini stun, and the TB can finish him off, is sort of my thinking.
Okay, how confident are you? I'm not trying to be a smartass. How confident are you that full to 0 that would kill him?
Well, not that confident anymore from where this conversation's going.
So my thought about this is that there's not any follow-up to that. They just reflect him and he blinks. I feel like that just... I'm not sure how to describe this other than, like, he gets reflected and blinks away. And then that's literally what's going to happen. He'll get right-clicked by his reflection illusion, like, twice. And reflection's like a 20% slow or something. And like, so I'm trying to figure out how to portray this. There's categories of carries, you know. I gave you like the level 1 through 3 carries and how they vary in that way, but there's also carries that trade really well. There's carries that are a lot of damage but squishy. There's carries that are bad at trading but they're really mobile. Anti-mages, Rickies, you know, maybe PA. Then you have carries like Morphling that can trade but are also mobile. Generally makes them pretty strong carries. Something like a Weaver is a mobile carry that can trade. The point is, these mobile carries, you're much more likely to leave them alone and go pull in order to make it so they don't have to sit there trading with somebody. Because they don't want that. They don't want to sit here trading with somebody as mobile carries. That's generally not what mobile carries like. I'm sure if you kind of drew upon your carry knowledge, you could see how that would be the case.
Yep.
So, I think 95% of my coaching students who are supports, when they feel like they need to help their carry, 95% of them will directly help their carry by walking to them. when there is so often where I'm just fucking useless, whether it's in the laning stage or 12 minutes in and I'm trying to get a Battle Fury, where I want you to be anywhere that isn't near me, because if you're near me, then they come to me too, the enemy. And then I'm dealing with heroes. And I don't want to do that. You know what I mean? So I want you to think about that every time you're sitting next to your carry, you are making it way more likely that they are going to fight the opponent. And then I want you to think, should I be near my carry? So that perspective, I hope, significantly shifts the way you look at these type of scenarios. Significantly, I hope.
Mm-hmm.
Is there questions, comments, anything about that?
I don't think so. I'm digesting.
Yeah, there's a lot to take in. That's why I'm giving you a second here.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the other thing that comes to mind, or the sort of question is, like, and you know, from this discussion, I already know what the answer is, but is the threat of me kind of hanging out near the carry enough to deter them kind of going on him so that he can hit some creeps? And you know, from what you just said, I guess the answer is no, but that's another thing which you know, kind of crosses my mind.
That's matchup dependent.
Obviously,
for sure.
Obviously it didn't. Yeah, obviously it didn't, because they went on him anyway and took a bunch of his health down.
Yeah, so that's absolutely a valid question. And there are certainly lanes where if you're with me as a carry, I'm a god, and if you're away from me, I'm not a god. And what heroes generally fit that description? It's usually like the passive-based guys that kill you over time, like Slark, Ursa, Monkey King, where as long as I threaten somebody, I own. But if I don't have a support with me to threaten them, I'm useless. Do you see the type of archetypal carry that fits that description?
Yep.
So Anti-Mage kind of fits that description, because if he's allowed to hit them with mana burn, then he owns. If he's not allowed to hit them with mana burn, he sucks. But what I don't think you're understanding is that Terrorblade Anti-Mage is like 90-10 TB favored. It's like really god-awfully unplayable. For Anti-Mage.
Yep.
So with that in mind, if I go into a lane, I should assess how bad or good do I think this matchup is for my carry. And that will tell you how often you should be laning with your carry. Generally, the worse the matchup is, the more you should be playing for pulls. Generally. I would say 90% of bad matchups for me are solved if my support opens the small camp and pulls it every minute. 90% of them.
Yep. Okay.
Cool. On the same page?
Yep.
Just taking a note for a second. So this might work out because Quap's here, but we also went a bit early, and then Anti-Mage took like all of his health and damage. He does have stick charges and yeah, okay. Nice, worked out. What I love about this play is it could have just been you letting Anti-Mage miss a creep or two, pull the small camp, walk back, and do the exact same thing. That's like how I would have liked that to play out. Okay. So, nice though. Quap opened up a lot of space here. You're going for Wisdom Shrine. I think overall that's a gauge of how long is their respawn, and if you walk that way, are your teammates coming? It's like if your Quap stuck around, if your Anti-Mage walked towards you, I would stay, but otherwise I think that's just like a straight feed.
Yeah, I realized afterwards that I was kind of relying on them being bad and not coming straight to the Wisdom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think in general, so many people I hear, because of the questions they ask me in chat, I assume this, okay? The majority of people think the way to get out of the trench, quote unquote, because I say the trench because I feel like to an immortal player, the divine bracket's the trench, to the divine player, ancient's a trench. So like trench is just subjective. You know what I mean?
Yep.
But I think the majority of Dota players talk about their bracket they think they're better than their bracket. I'd say 80% of people in Dota think they're better than their MMR. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying you think that, but 80% of people, I feel like, think that. Okay? Maybe even higher. That might be a conservative estimate. But let me, so the reason why I'm mentioning this, like, anecdotal factoid here, or like subjective factoid, whatever, because that's contradictory to say that, but either way, the reason I'm saying this is because so many people come into my chat with comments that allude to the fact that the way they think they need to get out of their bracket is by capitalizing or assuming their enemies are bad, and playing in a way that assumes their enemies are bad. And I have said time and time again throughout my history of playing this game and coaching it, that you should assume the opponent is playing perfectly unless you are presented with evidence otherwise. Meaning, you literally saw Terrorblade TP mid. You literally saw Zeus TP mid. You know what I mean? That is what I mean by evidence that they are not playing correctly. Otherwise, we have to assume that they're going to. And that is how you get out of any bracket. You don't hope they're playing incorrectly, because at some point, that approach is not going to work anymore. And it's also an approach that is based on the uncontrollable factors outside of yourself, which is the opponent. Sometimes they'll play correctly, sometimes they won't. So maybe you already know this, but I feel like maybe I'm giving this lecture partially for people watching. If you're making a play based on expecting the opponent to be bad, for me, that is almost 100% of the time an incorrect play. The only exception to that is if you are losing really badly and you just don't have information to operate on, and you go for a Hail Mary hoping the opponent's fucking up right now. That's like the exception, I would say. And that's more of something that happens like 30, 40 minutes plus into the game. You know what I mean? So, yeah. Just a lot of little things to think about here. Always feel free to comment, question, all that stuff.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I'll tell you right now, I think if I came into a replay of yours and I saw you pull the small camp every fucking minute between minute 1 and 7, I would be blown away. I would think that is like the fastest improvement I've ever seen. I think you pulled that camp maybe once. Okay?
Yeah.
And what I would love to see is that you're trying to pull the camp and you get to pull it every camp. And then there's some game where you're like, BSJ, I tried to pull the camp and they just wouldn't let me. And then we get to talk about it. You know, I'm like, oh, then we get to talk about the dynamics of what makes it potentially difficult, you know? Telling the support...
So it's funny because... Sorry, when I started playing support, I think that was like the one thing that I just tried to do. I was like, I'll just pull the camp, like, because I don't know what else is going on. Like, I just started playing support, so I'll pull the camp. And so I'd do that every minute. And then, you know, I would get abused by carries being like, why aren't you here? Or we can kill this person or whatever. And like, you know, I'm not saying they were right or wrong. It's just what was happening. And so I started trying to think about other stuff around, like, you know, harassing the enemy out and, you know, all the other bits and pieces. And probably ended up forgetting about trying to pull the camp, or, you know, just subconsciously moving away from pulling the camp as much as I could.
That's actually it's good. That's a good tidbit. That happens a lot. I think it happens a lot where people, honestly, when I feel like a lot of people come to me for coaching, when I feel like I'm lost as well, like it's not just my students, it's also me, is that the majority of the time where I have this feeling of like, what's going wrong? The game feels a bit overwhelming. Like, why is it so hard? I've noticed that if I like trim up my hero pool, or I work on a mechanic that I know is not very good for me, that it just fixes this problem. Because usually when we're overwhelmed or there's a lot of moving parts and we're not sure what to focus on, the thing we're actually forgetting to do is the simplest shit, usually. And it's counterintuitive because we feel lost and confused, and the last thing we would think is the answer to our lost, confusion, overcomplication is that the answer is just really fucking easy. That's counterintuitive, but I actually think that's how life works, personally. So it's very interesting because there's so many things that have happened between you started playing supporting and now that could have easily skewed your view. And so what's going to happen is a lot of times in your Dota career, or like anything, I think, is you're going to start doing something, you're going to learn some fundamentals, and then over time you're going to either get jaded a bit, you're going to get a bit distracted, you're going to get whatever. And I can tell you in that moment, ask yourself, is there a fundamental that I'm not doing anymore? Just ask yourself that. You can even try to reference what you thought you learned in the first like month of doing this thing, and it'll usually be the answer. I shit you not. So it's very interesting. I think that's good. That's good input from you. I think that's very common, if not the most common thing. And so yeah, good. Thanks for sharing that. Definitely makes sense. Okay, we got a nice fight going here. Easy game. Okay. So here's what's interesting to me, right? Is that we're in a moment where Wraith King has no ulti, Quap doesn't have any mana. I get that we're taking this tower, but I would have considered just TPing bottom and farming. I would have considered that, because we're not really looking to fight. If you want to take this tower, then TP, that's kind of fine with me. I'm surprised you're not TPing bottom is the emphasis I'm getting at. What about TPing bottom is so bad to you? I guess I would ask you that question. You didn't even look.
Yeah, it hadn't even crossed my mind, to be honest. Yeah, I think so. Taking the tower was the first thing in my mind. And then after that, I think I thought about going to bottom through the gate. And I'm like, well, no one else on my team is on that side of the map. So, like, I'm not going to be doing anything useful over there, is my mindset. I can see the TB over there, and he's someone pretty scary to deal with by myself. And then I saw stuff going on mid, so I started walking towards mid, and I figured I could use my snakes in mid as well, because they're up in 24 seconds.
I have so many questions for you. Why is Terrorblade scary to you? What's he going to do
Probably
to you?
because he killed me a couple of times in lane.
Okay, but I'm asking you now. Let's think about this as objectively as possible. What does Terrorblade doing something to you right now look like?
I mean, I guess putting up meta and hitting me a bunch.
Okay, so like, how is he gonna make sure he hits you? Like, how is he catching you?
Yeah, good question.
So these are the questions I ask people, and people ask me so much. I tell people somewhere between 4 to 6K, like this is kind of the bracket where they'll make a point and I'll say, please describe to me precisely ability order how that team fight's going to go, or precisely describe to me how that guy scares you. And it's really interesting to hear their perspective, because most of the time you realize they've just never thought critically about what precise order of spells that guy's going to use on you and how that's going to go. And it's like they're trying to make team fight decisions. They're trying to make map movement decisions. And if I ask them the question, they'll be like, that guy's scary. He's more powerful than me. They'll say something like that. And it's not, I'm not trying to like make fun of you. It's like a very common thing. And then I just ask you, describe to me how Terrorblade kills you, please. You know? And it's like, well, he can't do shit unless Pudge hooks you. You know, the guy that kills you is the Tiny and the Pudge. And if Terrorblade's there, what that means is that he would be enough damage to kill you if Pudge is there. So Terrorblade plus Pudge is scary. So if I see Terrorblade, what I'm thinking is, where's Pudge? That's what I'm thinking, not Terrorblade scary. Do you know what I mean?
Yep, fair enough.
It's very interesting. So do you have any idea why this is happening right now? Like why your offlane tower is getting taken? Do you have an idea?
Assumedly because we all showed up top. So
Who
we all showed
TP'd
up
top
we
to take a
pushed that
fight?
tower. What was that, sorry?
Who TP'd top when you took this fight? On your team?
On our team?
Yeah.
I can't remember who TP'd, but...
this is something that can become subconsciously registered when people TP to your lane, by the way. I'm going to fast forward. Let's rewind.
Yep.
What I mean is when people TP to your lane, you can think to yourself that whoever TP'd, their lane's most likely open. And it's most likely going to get pressured. That's just how Dota works.
Yep.
So
the Wraith King was obviously in the fight, so...
yeah, right there.
Whether he TP'd or not,
TP'd right
I know
there.
he was there.
See it?
Yep.
So at this exact moment, subconsciously, if you've trained yourself, because it really doesn't take that much thought if you've trained it, okay? Like, at first, it's going to take a lot of thought. I'm not trying to act like it doesn't take thought. But eventually, if you train this question, like mid-game, early-game fights, who TP'd here? That's a really good question to ask on both teams. for me, what's really funny about this is I don't consciously know the answer to that question. I just have a good sense based on heroes I see that I can like open up areas of the map. So like, that's like, what I'm saying is like, I don't even think about it consciously anymore. I just kind of register like, oh, a lot of people TP to safe lane. It was my offlaner and this guy. And that takes me like half a second to process because I've thought about it so many times. You know, it's like, you know, you're breathing, no longer breathing manually. So in these moments, you can register that bottom lane's likely going to be open. So the only question that begs is Anti-Mage going to go bottom? That's the only question, because it's not going to be your Wraith King. Right? So then all this time, we just kind of see, like, bottom lane's already getting taken. That's what I'm thinking right now, because I'm done here. What I mean by done here is maybe we secure this tower. That's kind of fine. You have, like, 15, 20 seconds before they're all alive again. So it's worth considering taking an objective off this, even if no Wraith King ulti, no Shadow Shaman wards, that kind of stuff. It's worth considering for sure. And I'm not telling you should just immediately leave. But what I'm thinking this whole time, while they're dead, because there's nothing else to fucking think about, if you really think about it. There's nothing else to think about. Where am I going to go when they're alive? Like, what else are you thinking? I know you're saying you're thinking you're going to take the tower, but like, in theory, that could take 1 second. In theory. Like, oh, we're in this lane, there's a tower here. Like, that's 1 second of thought. And there's 25 seconds here. So I tell people a lot of their inefficient thoughts come when the opponent's dead. There's so many things you could be thinking about because the map is your oyster because everyone's fucking dead. Like, you could go literally anywhere. That's a double-edged sword because if you go to a bad place, it's like equally destructive. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So the point is I kind of treat it as if the entire opponent's dead, everyone becomes nature's prophet. They can go anywhere they want as long as they have a TP. You know? The options are endless. So while they're dead, I'm thinking about all these options. That's what I'm doing. So during this, I'm kind of registering like, oh, we could take this tower maybe. They're respawning. Be a little bit careful here. Tiny's respawning. Retreat. Okay, we saw Tiny actually. We got a glimpse of him. And then I would just at least look here, you know? I would at least look. I would love to see you look here. Like, actually just move your camera and look here. I would love that. I would love you to look here, check if this guy's got a TP, check if this guy's got a TP, check if this guy's got a TP, but he's already farming mid, so he's not going to go there. Check if this guy's got a TP. I would love for you to do that. That'd be the dream. If you just did this. You know? And then at that point, if you want to be a god tier position 5, we're just talking about god tier shit. Say, hey, Anti-Mage, do you want to TP bottom? Do you think that guy wants to TP bottom? Why or why not?
Probably not, because he's too low and a couple of hits will chase him out of that lane.
Yeah, what happens if he TPs into that lane? Can you tell me a series of spells that happens and then he's not happy about it?
I mean, I guess he's got 18 sticks, but you know, he's got 244 hit points. So if he gets a couple of hits from the TB, I assume he can't really walk up and hit the lane creeps.
Would you say that if TB pushes this fucking spell, Anti-Mage is forced to blink away and won't touch a creep?
Yes.
Okay. So these are the knowledge things that people in your bracket lack. Just talk about the spells. Reflection doesn't bother you. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's going to deal like 120 damage or something. It's annoying. But, like, it literally ruins this guy's game to get reflected. And if he TP's there, he's just bad. So, if you want to be a god tier 5, you can say, hey, Anti-Mage, you want to TP bottom? And if he doesn't say anything, you TP bottom. If he says no, you don't TP bottom. If he decides to TP bottom, that's his mistake, not yours. I want it to be your teammates' mistakes costing you farm, not yours. Does that make sense?
Yep.
So, when you talked about going mid with your wards, I remember having this discussion with Ari Neiman. You need to be mid in 40 seconds. And I remember having this discussion with him that people in support roles are so bad in the mid game of TPing somewhere to farm and then connecting to their team when they have spells. So, like, this 40 minutes should be a fucking ticket to go farm if there's something available. Like, obviously, if there's nothing available, then that's life. But this is your ticket to look for farm so that you get this item. But ideally, you would connect to your team after 40 seconds. So it'd be amazing if you TP'd here, right-clicked this guy's illusion, killed it instantly, cleared the next wave, and then walked mid with a smoke, or just walked mid, whatever. That'd be so beautiful. Wouldn't that be cool? You get like 300 gold and then you walk mid. Instead, not only does that you don't get 300 gold, we also just have a tower that's taking damage and potentially dying.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I'm not sure if you're aware that this kills illusions, but yeah.
Yeah, I am.
Okay.
Dire's bottom tower is under
But the whole point about all this is that I'm telling support players, 95% of you, if you are struggling to climb, it's because you're not thinking about the game at a macro sense. Where's the farm? Why is it hard to play support compared to carry generally? Because for carry, I go, where's the best farm on the map? And I go take that. For support, it's where's the 4th best farm on the map? I'm going to go take that. So to know that, you have to go through 1 through 3. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Yeah, so it's like, it's obviously harder in theory to farm as support, but it's the same, like, that's why supports are generally conceptually harder to play, and why people around my age generally play support, because they have more knowledge about the game than they do mechanics, you know? But that's what we can learn, and it's really, I think it's fun stuff to learn. More macro-based gameplay, I'm just going to put that in my notes. Really embrace your former carry self, my friend. It's what's lacking. I know we spent a ton of time on this replay. Would you like to spend the remaining like 15 minutes on this, or would you like to look at the other replay?
I'm happy to spend the time on this one.
Okay, cool. So one lens you can look at is just how much farm do you think, like how many creep waves have you missed on the map between like minute 8 to 15? It can even start at like minute 5 potentially, depending if your carry is like doesn't need you anymore kind of thing. Like you can go back through individual replays and just be like, how many creep waves do I think I missed? And you can look at like what happened before it. What do you think you were missing because of it? You can break that shit down pretty well, I think. If you just look at it through the lens of how many creep waves do I think I missed.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I implore you, when you go on TB, at any stage of the game, just click his illusion. His illusions hit for like 80% of the damage he hits for, dude. You might as well just be getting hit by the hero. Pretty funny.
Makes sense.
So I'm gonna rewind. I'm actually gonna rewind that entire play and just think about this. So you guys smoke without Wraith King ulti. So I want. What's so interesting about all of this is I need somebody here to justify why we're smoking 1,000 gold off Radiance with no ult on Wraith King. Somebody justify this to me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So the thing about it is, in theory, it is Wraith King's job to veto this play. Like, it's quite within his power to veto this play. But if you're a support calling this, I think the majority of cores will follow your call. I personally think the majority of them will. Especially when they're not supposed to. I think they're infinitely more likely to follow your call when they're not supposed to. So my entire issue with this play as a whole is this. There's just zero consideration of our team's relevant power spikes. You have ulti, fantastic. That's not a relevant power spike compared to this. If you watch my Wraith King games, I'm just like, guys, wait for my ult. Guys, wait for my ult. Guys, wait for my ult. Guys, wait for my... That's like 90% of my communication. Because people just try to do this to me all the time. What makes Wraith King strong is that they go on him and it doesn't kill somebody. That's what makes that hero strong. So the way I look at that play is you have no anti-mage because that's just not a hero that contributes at this stage of the game. You effectively have no offlaner, so it's you with Quap against potentially 5 because you're at their tower. That's how I look at that scenario logistically. So a lot of times when it comes to team fights and overall ganks and stuff, I ask myself how many heroes from each team can be here, and you know, generally the impact of the heroes I have. So whatever process is stopping you from asking yourself, do your teammates want to fight right now? That's what we want to kind of work on. I would imagine this fight would go decently because of the fact that Wraith King had ulti. But it looks like it's still... Or he didn't have Radiance yet. God damn it, I thought he had Radiance too. Okay. Everybody in this game is triggering me. The fact that you're calling this, or you're in this, the fact that Wraith... Like, if one of you just said, let's wait till Wraith King gets his Radiance and ult. If one of us, anybody, said that, it could have been Wraith King, it could have been you, it could have been Quap, could have been Wind Ranger. It's probably not Anti-Mage, you know, because he's probably doing his own thing. You know, I feel like if one of us just fucking said something. You know, I think in an ideal world it's Wraith King, but I do think as a support you can have a lot of impact by simply looking at your cores and thinking, what do they want to do in the game right now? Do they want to farm? Do they want to fight? When will they want to fight? If you ask yourself, like, I'm just gonna look at my, I'm gonna put that question down here. This is like a mid-game thing. This is a reminder. Please work on one of these things at a time. Choose one that resonates with you the most. If you have a question about any of these in terms of how you're going to work on it, please let me know now. But the thing I want you to work on is after 10 minutes, because I'd say around 10 minutes is where potential first items come out for offlaners, mid laners, stuff like this. Like you see like the diffusal blades, the blink daggers, the blade mails, the stuff like this. Past 10 minutes, as often as possible, check core items and cooldowns. Ask yourself if they want to fight. If not, when do they want to fight? And I promise that if you go through that step-by-step question every game, what just happened would never happen again. Where you dive twice with no Wraith King Radiance, right?
Okay.
So that question I would say is probably more important than your own farm. Honestly, I would deem that more important. But if you'd rather work on your own map play first, that's fine too. You know, whatever resonates more with you or you feel like would work better. I think not doing the wrong thing is more important than doing the right thing. We talked about that at the very beginning. And it's absolutely wrong to force objectives or fights when your teammates are clearly not quite out of timing yet. What's interesting to me about this is you have Blink and he has Radiance on Wraith King. And we don't smoke and we don't walk towards a place that has a relevant objective in it. Like, there's no tower here, there's no Tormentor, there's... Like, what are we doing here? Like, objectively speaking.
Yeah, good question. I think I was just following the team around at this point.
Man, I would love... Okay, if you gank somebody, who would you like to gank here? Scale... Let's rank them. 1 being the best target to catch by themselves, and 5 being the worst target to catch by themselves. Go. With you and Wraith King, right? Because you have Blink, he has Radiance. Who's the best target to catch by themselves? Meaning you think you could kill them and...
Easiest to kill?
No, you think you would kill them and they're like the most important to kill. That's like number 1. Like I'd say number 1 is the most important hero you think you can kill.
Probably the Terrorblades.
Okay, he's number 1. Who's number 2?
Tiny.
Okay, it'd be close. It's not a bad play, like especially if you have heroes like Quap that can connect potentially. How about number 3?
Probably Zeus.
Okay, because he's like squishy high damage guy.
Yep.
Okay, what about 4?
Pudge.
Okay, number 5.
Dusa.
Okay, so we're thinking that because we're good at Dota. We're thinking that, and then this happens, and we say what?
So I think here, I couldn't see anyone else on the map. I think the Dusa is hard to kill, and so I back away from it.
In hindsight, what would you love to do right now, given all the resources you have? If you could craft a really nice conceptual play right now, what would you do?
Well, I think contain the Dusa, so, you know, sheep and shackle the Dusa.
Why?
Have the Wraith King come down.
What is the goal of that? Yeah, what are you trying to accomplish with that?
Well, I guess to try and kill the Dusa. So hold the Dusa in place so that the Wraith King can wail on her, and the Quap can potentially connect as well.
I gotta be blunt with you, man. Do you understand how Medusa works? What is the only way in fucking living hell you're gonna kill this guy?
Well, I guess if the team doesn't respond, or
if
they're nowhere close,
Anti-Mage is
and we have,
allowed to
like,
hit him for 10 seconds, would you agree with this?
Yep, or if we have like 40 seconds for the rest of us to hit him where he can't do anything.
Okay, so
Yep.
based on the information you have right now, would you like to change your statement? Anti-Mage is down here, and you don't see anybody on the opponent team.
Yeah, so I think that's why here I just sheep the Dusa and then run away.
Okay, but let's get a little bit more, like, we're talking about an objective-based play here. You're strong, you have Blink, you have a Wraith King to follow you up with Radiance. What's something you could do right now? Like, give me a series of things buttons you're gonna press and where you're gonna go. Like, describe it to me, you know? Create a picture.
So I guess given we've seen the Dusa here,
Yeah.
then the rest of us could smoke and go to the gate and look for somebody bottom.
Oh,
potentially.
that sounds fantastic. What would I do? Maybe panic hex the Dusa, blink to my Wraith King, say, no, don't go on that guy, let's smoke, and then we go through the gate. That sounds great, right? Like, what if you randomly find somebody down here? Guess who's not there? Dusa. Isn't that fantastic? Guess who is there? Anti-Mage, potentially, to contribute. So there's like an extra hero on your team. You know what I mean? He's probably not, but the idea is there. The last thing we ever want in this scenario, when we break down who we want to find with our power spike, is Dusa, when we don't see anybody, to stay in this area and fight them. That's the last thing in the universe we ever wanted right now. You can see that, right? Like, I'm trying to make it fun, but also not trying to make you feel bad. You see that, right?
Yeah, I understand.
Cool. So, I think what would be great for you as a practice is... This is something you can do when you're watching games, actually. I think it's something to do good when you're watching games. When you're watching a player perspective of like a Shadow Shaman, I want you to think, who would be my best target here? Where could I be farming? You know, who do I want to be playing with? If I smoke, where would I want to go? And then see if that matches the professional player you're watching. And if that doesn't match them, just watch it back with like open mind as much as you can and just be like, what are they thinking that I'm not? You know what I mean? I think this type of stuff is actually probably better done if you spent... You could probably watch one professional replay a week, you know? Like, we're talking like spend 30 minutes of your time watching a professional replay. And unless that just sounds like miserable homework to you, personally, I think it makes the other 15 hours of your week that you're playing Dota much more enjoyable. That's how I look at it. It's like 30 minutes of kind of boringness to have way more enjoyable 15 hours. So I think it's worth it. Does that sound good to you? Do you have thoughts?
Yeah.
Okay. So
yeah. Yeah,
think-
I'm fine with that. I watch like pro stuff anyway,
Awesome.
so yeah.
Let's watch it from a player perspective then. Okay, like I always tell people, you're not going to learn shit watching pro unless you watch it from a player's perspective. You just don't learn anything, to be honest. So if you're going to watch a pro match, watch it in client, watch the replay later, and watch it from the guy you're interested in. You know? Is it the 5-position shaman? Maybe it's a 4-position shaman, but if he's looking for mid-game plays, it's the same thing. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lot of things. As long as you go into it knowing, hey, BSJ told me to think about my targets a bit better and where I would want to gank, you could just pull up 3 different professional replays and watch 15 minutes to 25. You know what I mean? Like, you can watch 3 of them for the same window of the game under a lens. But yeah, so I would say my homework for you is to try shifting as much possible focus to creeps in your laning stage. And then just, like, watch 30 minutes worth of mid-game. Ganking / decision making. And I encourage you while you're watching to really pause at moments where, like, if they smoke, pause and ask yourself, who are they trying to find and where do I think they'll go? You know, think about that kind of stuff. And what kind of ability pressing do I think is going to happen here? Who are they trying to find? Who are they not trying to find? All that kind of stuff. And I really hope in the future we'd see this play. And dude, if like 3 months from now you were in this very similar spot, you blink away, smoke through the gate, that would be like revolutionary. You know, that'd be so high level. That'd be so cool, right?
Sounds good to me.
Cool, man. Any final questions, comments?
No, I don't think so. You've given me a lot. This has been super helpful.
Nice, man. You said you were gone like 2 weeks of this month, right?
Yeah, I think basically the same time.
Yeah, I think we're gone about the same time.
Yeah.
So there's no rush on when you want to book your next session, but ideally, from my point of view, it'd be like mid to late June.
Yep. Okay, that sounds good.
It's cool, man. Then I'll see you sometime in about a month. So
cool.
Let me know through DMs and we'll set it up. See you later, man.
Sounds good. All right, thank you.
Bye. Cool. The question is, what is the pro player missing that I could backseat? CS is what he's missing, lol. Nice session. Yeah, that was a good one. Sorry, guys. I was really hungry, so I was thinking about food, but I should put you in a pub while I'm getting all my lunch ready.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
Oh, this stupid vision bug, dude.
You get nothing.
I think it'll be nice to check if the pub you're setting us to watch is properly set. I mean, in this case, I wasn't as concerned because I was coming back in like 30 seconds, but I should generally check it for sure.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Explain the sequence of spells in which he's gonna kill you. Is not the way I ever thought about Dota, and I feel like it opened my eyes. Nice, man. Oftentimes in my coaching sessions, people say, like, that guy's scary or he's stronger than me. And I'm like, okay, how is he stronger than you? What does he do? You know, like, what button's he gonna press? What does he do that's stronger than you? Does he farm stronger than you? Does he kill you? Does he bully you? Does he outtrade you? If you walk up, are you just gonna die? If you're gonna die, how's it gonna be? A lot of people, it's kind of what I call, like, you're kind of like jaded from past experiences and you're not really being curious about looking at the situation deeper, you know? Like, oh, how exactly... Okay, I understand that I don't want to be near that guy, but why? You know? Ah. So I'm glad it resonated with you. Any more coaching sessions today? We always do a free coaching session on Monday. So there's going to be one more. It's a subscriber giveaway. It happens in about an hour and a half. It may be a little late because I'm going to try to play 2 pubs. So if the 2 pubs go to like 2:15, then it might be a bit late. But yeah, so we're going to do it. I know you might be biased, but Blitz might be the best thing that happened to Team Liquid.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, it depends on how you look at it, right? Because the one that insisted that Will coach them was actually Aiden. Like, historically, Will did not want to coach. He wasn't really interested. And at the time... Like, it was talked about in, like, Liquid's documentary that I did with them last December. They did, like, a little podcast thing. And, you know, jokingly, Will was just like, Aiden wouldn't shut up and insisted that I coach them. So, I think a lot of times people don't realize that life really is about creating your own opportunities. And I completely agree that Blitz plays a really pivotal role in Liquid being successful, but it also was Aiden understanding like what type of coach was needed for them to be successful, you know?
Dire's middle tower is under
and being able to not only know what type of coach they needed, but also know like a good candidate to fill that role. It's like, even if Will was the most important thing ever happened to them, if Aiden or anybody else on the team didn't value that sort of thing, then they would have never had it, right? So, I guess it's like, I agree with you that, you know, Will was a very key part of that team, but I also think a lot of people don't think like this, so.
Dire's middle tower is
What are you eating? It's like a chicken curry bun thing from the grocery store.
Dire's middle
Who's Aiden? That's Insania.
Hello? Can anyone hear me? It's a killing spree over here.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Aiden is very Iranian with the way he talks and behaves. Yeah, I mean, I love Aiden, but I don't know what that means, really. I don't know what it really means to behave like an Iranian person. But I'm glad that resonates with you.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
A true leader doesn't wish to lead, he is called to it and then answers. That's cool. That's a cool quote. Definitely makes sense.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
You can know what a typical Iranian is like by Aiden. I mean, I'm sure Aiden's far above average, and I'm not trying to like insult Iranian people, but I wouldn't.
Oh, Rick, he's dominating now.
Like, I wouldn't say like I'm how Americans behave.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Let's see if YouTube chat has any thoughts. How many million times did you get wiped by Chalanqua? I think it was like 69 million. What is the name of the condition that causes you chest pain? You talked about it like 7 years during... Oh, I do remember that. I do occasionally get chest pains. I never really looked it up because it's not serious enough. I mean, a lot of times it's when I'm stressed, so it probably has to do with stress. And maybe there's a condition that makes it trigger it, I don't know. It's Iranian, not Iranian. I'm pretty sure it's Iranian. You can correct me. Am I wrong? Am I wrong, Rubarzon? Is it Iranian or Iranian? I thought it was Iranian. Yeah. Yeah, the question is it Iran or Iran? It's aluminium. No, it's aluminum! Aiden is such a gem too. What always resonated with me in Liquid is just the characters Liquid always seem to employ. They definitely have a pattern, which is why I supported Liquid. Yeah. The reason why Liquid hires such good people is because their CEO is a fucking boss. Like, I mean, he literally is a boss, but Victor's awesome. Victor is like the most, like, empathetic, like, concerned about his workers type of CEO that I've ever met. There's actually only 2 CEOs that I've ever thought that about. And that was Victor and the girl Lily that I coached a while back, because she's a CEO of a startup. And they're the only 2 CEOs that I was like, wow, they're actually like really good people and like really care about their workers, and they really care about fostering a good work environment. It's actually like the only 2 times I've thought that. I'm sure there's others, but...
Holy crap, Rick, he's unstoppable! Double kill.
Somebody asked about the price of life coaching. As of right now, I don't have any distinctive section for life coaching. If you're interested in life coaching, I would probably charge you the same price that I would Dota coaching, but if you'd want it to be off stream because you're uncomfortable talking about it in front of people, then I would do it, you know. I wouldn't do off-stream Dota coaching, but I'm happy to do off-stream life coaching if that's something you're interested in. So if you're interested in that, you can always DM me. It's something I've considered doing. And I have done it a few times. But
That's for me.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
A lot of Iranians identify as Persian. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I mean, I always thought of Aiden as Persian
Dire are scanning.
because he's described himself as Persian, so that makes sense. Unless the game lasts 80 minutes. I mean, that's why I don't do live replay or live coaching. Personally, I don't think live coaching is that great, and I also, it's too much variance. Which facet do you take on Underlord? I usually play Underlord carry when I'm playing him, so I take the cleave facet 100%. I do think the cleave facet is generally better, though. Just even for offlane, because it just helps you farm faster in the early game. So you hit your auras and stuff earlier. Please don't take this as hate, but honest question. What makes you qualified to be a life coach? If somebody thinks that... in my opinion, life coaching is simple. If somebody's willing to pay you to be coached on life, then you're a life coach. People either want it or they don't.
Enemy's turn to pick.
It's very political. To call oneself Persian is to be anti-establishment of the current Iranian regime. I see. Well, I wasn't trying to make anything Aiden did political, so...
Your turn. Enemy's turn to pick. Enemy's turn to your pick. Turn to pick. Your turn.
Oh my god, BSJ. Oh my god.
Your turn to pick.
Wow. They actually rolled. The guy that lost went to support. I don't think I've ever seen that in the last, like, year.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Your turn to pick.
Mm-hmm.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Oh god, I played this matchup. I actually played this matchup and it was like unplayable. Fuck. Dude, I remember I played this matchup and it was so bad. Not really sure what to do, actually. Just don't get hit. True.
No delay. Not yet.
My lane's probably going to be a bit tough. My matchup's not very good. I'm happy to swap you Primal if you want to go mid. But...
Look to the foe.
Yeah, just is what it is, I think. Is the guy body blocking me?
Slither.
Yeah, this matchup's atrocious. What's my play here? It's probably like phase blink.
It's our chance, guys. It's our chance.
What do you label as your personal vice? My personal vice.
I rush to defend.
30 seconds to battle.
I would say overthinking, people-pleasing, anxiety-ridden would be like the 3 guiding traits that usually get me in trouble. All of which I'm working on a lot, but those are like the 3 things that kind of get me in trouble.
The deep ones send me forth. Yes. I go. Vigilance. To the deeps with you. Patrolling. Oh. Guard well. Keep a lookout. Scaling up. Deep ones guide me.
So last time I played this matchup, I took my stun level 1.
Man, they just got some of that first blood.
And I regretted it a lot, so at least I learned that lesson.
I'm on to you. Under attack. Deep ones guide me. No mercy.
Oh, for some reason I thought it was later on in the lane.
I rush to defend. No delay.
Okay, so apparently this matchup is only bad because I played it incorrectly last time.
Look to the foe.
That's cool. Looks like I learned a lot from last time I played it.
Guard well. Patrolling.
I literally got dumpstered the last time I played this matchup. So. And I definitely took stun level 1 and fed. Fuck.
Keep a lookout. It's not time yet. Slither.
I actually did. I mean, this is what kind of happened last time. Maybe I got a little overconfident now.
Keep a lookout.
I guess I got overconfident.
To the fight. Shiny as shows.
Okay, noted. Hero still owns. We'll play super passively now. So I was right that the matchup does not scale in my favor. Good to know.
No delay. Look to the
I think I'm just gonna. I think I'm gonna go like this.
I go.
Morty, killing spree.
Yes. Watertight. Guard well.
Dude, what is that hero damage, dude?
I'm not
Dude, what is this garbage, dude? I'm just gonna go pick up a bounty actually.
It's a lapse
Okay.
in vigilance.
I forgot about him. I thought about Disruptor. Asia's Prophet TP'd. I thought about Disruptor, not him. Is this just the build on this hero? Is to go double Falcon Blade? Keeping top.
Keep a lookout.
Was it a good day?
Never mind, I'll go back mid. Never mind. Keep pushing, or no, he's just staticking the wave. I'm gonna soak your XP top. I really want 6, and maybe we kill these guys. You can go mid on Pugna.
Onward. I rush to defend.
The guy fucking slaps though, so just be careful.
Look to the foe.
Killing spree, whoa!
Too watertight to 20 fathoms.
It just gives mana regen and HP, which are the most important stats on Kez. It's just so interesting. I've seen this like double thing so often.
Your middle tower
Oh
is
man,
under
this guy's
attack.
dominating! Double kill, oh man.
I want to invade Wisdom.
Patrolling.
I'm getting my phase boots. Can we invade Wisdom, guys? This guy's having some serious fucking issues. Maybe it's just you and me, Pugna. I have a shield rune, so I'm pretty hard to kill.
Guard well. Keep a lookout. I am under attack.
I'm getting out, I'm getting out. A lot here, a lot here. 5 heroes, pretty much, I think.
Oh, Morty, uh-oh. You better hold on to your hat.
That's
because
worth,
now it's
I'd
a mega
say.
kill. That's 5, baby. 5. There's no accident anymore. This isn't an accident now.
Fetcher for the deeps. No delay.
Yeah, I'm coming back bot.
Guard well.
Keep clearing those neutral camps.
Look to the foe.
Your top tower is under attack.
Your head. Deep ones
Your top
guide
tower
me.
is under attack.
Ah!
Yes.
What's that?
Oh, is there one?
Radiant structures are fortified.
What the fuck was that?
Dire's structures are fortified.
Oh no, dude.
Attack.
Your top tower is under attack.
Time yet. Patrolling.
Why is he not dragging it into small camp? That's so inefficient.
The enemy's bottom tower has
Good luck, sir.
I'm not ready.
Kez is there.
I go. Face me.
They're bringing like 5 heroes to everything. I mean, I actually have to go base because I don't have mana. Coming top, guys. Top, top, top.
Guard well.
Wait, no, hold on! He's unstoppable!
Under attack. It's not time yet. To the fight. I'm not ready.
Nature's Prophet respawning.
Rolling. It's not time yet.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Oh my god.
Keep a lookout.
Dude, what is this shit? Fill my bottle! Kidding. Regen? Trying to finish my blink, guys. I'm 700 off. This primal's really bad, it looks like.
Yes.
Like really bad.
Look to the foe.
Your middle tower is under attack.
My strength increases. I rush
Your
to
middle tower
defend.
is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Not yet. Patrolling. I'm not ready.
I'm TPing base for my blink.
Keep a lookout.
This is psychotic. You guys are psychotic, I think.
Not yet.
Morty, watch out! It's a killing spree!
I don't know what the fuck that was.
Your top
Oh my
tower
god!
is under attack.
Four in a row! He's now dominating! He's dominating, Rick!
Vigilance. Guard well. No delay.
Can I get smoked, maybe? They're just running around as 5.
Yes.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is falling.
Deep ones guide me. It's not onward.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I rush to
Nice. I just have this fucking random ass thing that is no use to me. Can we smoke? Smoke me, smoke me, smoke me.
Deep ones guide me. Look to the foe.
Disruptor's mid, I want to look for Dawn.
No delay.
Sorry. Get out if we can, get out if we can. Dawn ulti used. Wait, am I stuck on that side? Ow.
I rush to defend.
I have nothing, guys. If you want to heal me, I can fight. Yeah. Morphling's just dead, actually.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I'm not ready.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yes. Patrolling.
ITP top.
It's not time.
Oh jeez, it's a killing spree!
Keep a lookout. I'm not ready. Look to the foe.
I think this Morphling's like an absolute griefer. It's like crazy how bad he is, I think. I mean, I guess I'm like the highest ranked in this game, and that's like what's happening.
No mercy.
Like my Primal and Morph both seem really bad.
Do it for a thin. To the fight. Patrolling. Yes.
I don't have much else to say.
Not yet.
What is my item here? That's a huge kill if they get it.
Not yet.
Keeping.
Deep ones guide me. I'm not ready.
Oh, Rick! He's dominating now! He's dominating!
Not yet. Keep a lookout.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
No delay. I'll tap this.
Ow.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Of the old.
Well, that sucks. What's my item?
Your bottom
I actually have no
tower
idea
is
what my
under
item
attack.
is. It might just have to be BKB, but then I feel like I just die anyway. This game's really hard. Honestly, I might just need to go Yules or something. Maybe I go Midas. I always love getting tips by people like this Primal who are just terrible. What is my item? Well, I really hope I get an Iron Talon from my neutral, I'll say that much.
Your armor melts away. Slither. I go.
I didn't get that.
It's not time yet.
Oh, not so fast, Morty, because he just mega killed. It's a mega kill now.
Not yet.
Honestly, I'm gonna go Midas.
To the fight. I'm not ready. We see you.
I think I need a lot of items, that's why I'm going Midas.
On their tail. Patrolling. Yes. Ones guide me. Treasure for the deeps.
You can farm. These aren't ancients yet, are they?
Time yet. You're in deep water. Keep a lookout.
I don't really want to show on creep waves, but
Your
if Zeus doesn't
bottom
want to farm it,
tower is
then
under
fine.
I'm not ready. Coward.
Your bottom bottom tower is under attack.
Onward. Not yet.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
Over your head. Slither. Face me.
I'm farming up a BBKB, boys.
Look to the foe.
Oops, I did not want that.
I rush to defend.
Morty, who was that? I don't know. It was pretty
Not
tight.
yet. After them.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified.
No delay.
Really wish I had more mana.
Not time yet.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Are there lotuses?
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Patrolling.
I'm pretty weak in fights, guys. I'm gonna finish my BKB.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
No delay. I'm not ready. Look there.
Nothing I can do about that. I'm communicating.
Tip the scale. Attack. I go. Deep ones guide me.
Roshan has fallen to the radiant.
That guy's dead, right?
I rush. We see you.
I mean, neither of my other two cores are like literally using their brain. It sucks.
Not enough mana.
Uh-oh.
To the fight.
Oh, that's funny. Actually, you can't see me.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Slither.
Can you guys believe that the guy that's 200 gold off BKB just rage bought back after running into 5 people because I didn't show up? Is that crazy?
Your top tower is under attack.
Isn't that fucking nuts?
Keep a lookout.
Almost at BKB, guys.
Your top tower is under attack.
Ready. Onward.
Get Aegis, right? Oh, no Aegis on that guy.
Not yet. Yes.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Can you smell it? The smell. Level up a killing spree over here.
My bad. I thought for sure we could kill that guy with no disruptor and no Aegis on him. Oh well. I actually thought for sure that was like a free pickoff. I didn't think that was like a team fight.
Radiant structures are fortified.
My bad on that call. Why did Primal Beast buy back? Because he's a raging man-child. That is why he bought back. We're gonna have a lot of timings coming up, guys. We're gonna have Zeusags, my BKB, Primal BKB.
Look to the foe.
Let's try to take a fight with all this.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Keep a lookout. I'm not ready.
Your middle tower has fallen.
I go.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I'm gonna ignore these guys. I'm getting my BKB, guys.
To defend. Not yet.
Okay, they're just owning them.
No delay. It's not time yet.
Double kill. He monster kill.
Is under attack.
It's not time.
That sucks so bad. Wow, I got baited again by myself. Who they buy back? Profit? Yeah, Profit bought back. Oh, this game sucks. I should have just finished my BKB.
Dire structures are fortified.
Oh, I thought he was fine.
Is under attack.
Fuck. I'll sell my bottle for it. We'll have BKB for the fight.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Really sucks that I died again there.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. Your middle barracks has
I can
fallen.
go on the mirror, I have BKB. What the What the fuck is that, dude? Dude, Kez is just a fucking hero, huh? Holy shit, Kez. What the fuck, dude? What the fuck, dude?
Your middle barracks are under attack.
Dude, what the fuck was that, actually? There's no way you win this, bro.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, I guess I'm buying a Ghost Scepter. This game's fucking hard, huh?
What?
Yes. To the
Oh, I can go Shard, actually. Just to farm a bit. I mean, my instinct this game was I needed a lot of items, and I fought instead of farmed, so it sucks.
grows. Deep ones guide me.
Disruptor's going eggs, guys.
Not yet.
Man, if I'm 95% sure if I really committed to farming and didn't let this Primal Beast tilt me at all, that I would have had like so much impact this game.
Guard well.
Your top tower
Keep
is
a
under attack.
lookout.
I'm really certain about that.
I go.
Your top tower is under attack.
We see you. Onward.
Your middle barracks has fallen.
I don't think I can afford to carry this dust.
Not yet.
I was gonna buy a Ghost Scepter, but I think I should actually just buy... Honestly, is Force Staff the item? I don't know, man. I'm gonna go Shard. Shard is an item that helps me fight and farm, so I'll go with...
Over your head.
Your top tower is under attack.
I rush to defend.
Oh, that's sick, actually. I didn't even consider that. I'm not there with you guys for 15.
I'm not ready.
I need 15 seconds, guys.
On their tail. My waters rise.
Okay, gonna go back to base and get mana. I think it is... It's either Yules or Ghosts. I think it's Ghosts. I actually think it's Ghosts. I think I need to blink stun and then Ghosts.
Not yet.
But then I need a Dispel for Kez's shit that he's put on me while I'm not ghosted.
It's not.
So I need a Dispel on top of that. What is my Dispel? Dude, this glove... I didn't even think about glove plus stun. That's actually sick. But that clears waves.
The enemy's middle tower has been denied.
I'll do it for a thin. Guard well. Not yet. Yes.
Invisibility.
No mercy. I'm not ready.
I'm getting mana, guys. Okay. Do I have buyback? I do.
Look
Your
to the
top barracks
foe.
are under attack.
It's not time yet. After them.
You can't, like, go out of base like this against natures.
To the fight.
Guys, I can't get there. We're losing our base to natures. They're taking a fight outside of base that I can't leave. Just like complete disregard for like the map.
No delay.
Complete disregard. Can I please kick my ability? I'm waiting for Morphling to be alive.
Dire structures are fortified.
You're in deep water.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
No fucking way, dude. Oh, they're getting kills. Coming.
Oh, Morty. Uh-oh. You better hold on to your hat because now it's a mega kill. That's 5, baby. 5. There's no accident anymore. This isn't an accident now.
Not yet.
Imagine if this Primal Beast just wasn't a whiny baby, and imagine if I, you know, was patient this game.
To defend.
Imagine if I pressed Ghost Scepter or Lotus before I TP'd. Would have lived. All unfortunate things. All unfortunate things.
It's not time.
All very unfortunate things. I'll worry about the things that I did wrong, though.
Deep ones guide me. Yes. Guard well.
Yeah, we got everybody, boys. I'm coming.
That's ridiculous.
Imagine if we smoked one time. That'd be cool. No! Dude, that caught me. Fuck. Oh, that clipped me, man. Fuck. Such a hard game. But if I played this game properly, I think we would have won. I let myself get rattled by this guy.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower.
And that's okay. I understand that I got rattled. That's my anxious people-pleasing self getting rattled. When, in theory, this guy should have no effect on me because he's a piece of garbage. But it is what it is. So you won this one, Primal. You flustered me, man. You flustered me. Congratulations.
Your bottom barracks has fallen.
You have flustered me.
Your top barracks are under attack. Radiant
Managed to fluster his own teammate into playing badly.
Your top barracks has fallen. The enemy now has mega kills.
Mjolnir. Who on our team had a nullifier? Did I see that we had a nullifier? Or was that somebody on their team? Oh, that guy did.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna go to the restroom.
Your middle tower has fallen. Your ancient is under attack. Your ancient is under attack.
Oh boy, killing spree. Wubba lubba dub dub.
Lure me back again.
Radiant victory.
Yeah, I think those are the type of games that it's really important to just acknowledge what happened and move on. So, I believe I have acknowledged it, and I have moved on. Or I will do my best to move on.
Radiant's bottom tower is being
Sometimes you get really shitty teammates.
violence.
I had a shitty teammate. I let him ruin my own game as well. And that's the ownership I can take that game. All those times that I knew what I wanted to do, and then I let myself get baited into a fight. That was the big mistakes I made that game. There were at least like 4 times. Do I have time to play one game? I'll be honest with you, man. That's like such a cringe question, you know? You're like asking me to line up the schedule. Like, that's such a cringe question, dude.
Sorry, I just noticed that Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Very nice. Dire's structures are fortified.
Hey, why didn't he stun the guy? He had stun.
Dire's middle tower is under an extraordinary amount of stress.
Which casters did you like at Blast Slam? It was just Owen and Fogged and Odie picked and Cap and SVG, right?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, that's why a lot of Sand Kings buy treads. Big fish. At least your primal didn't go right-click build. Those are the type of comments that I have no clue what your intent of that comment is.
Radiant team, pick.
Because it's like not funny, it's not reassuring, it's somehow making it about you, I feel like. It's like a really weird comment. I don't understand. That's such a weird comment.
Dire team, pick. Dire team, pick.
I'll just call that a weird comment and move on.
Radiant team, pick. Radiant team, pick.
You're only human, bro. I am trying to have a right balance of not being too hard on myself and also taking accountability. It's a tough balance. I think it's a really tough balance.
Dire team, pick.
But I think in that kind of game, it's really important that I own up to the fact that I let myself get flustered by my teammate, which happened. And that definitely caused me to play worse. And then, you know, I think we could have won that game. And it's kind of irrelevant if we could have won or not. I could have played better, and there were several decisions that I don't stand by. And I wish I hadn't done them, you know? But at the end of the day, that Primal Beast is a piece of shit. So, like, it just sucks. You know, it is what it is.
Your turn to pick.
Your MMR is not low enough to get that joke, BSJ. Thank you. Dear Agony,
10 seconds
just
remaining.
let go of me. Suffer
5
slowly.
seconds remaining.
Let's hope I don't get anti-moggered. And anti-mage. Let's make it really interesting and pick anti-mage. Oh, he didn't pick anti-mage. That's confusing. Anti-mage was in the pool. I checked. Is he going to take the mana burn facet on Nyx? We're going to find out. We're against Rubik Troll. I think this is a stick lane with... Or I could go like... Yeah, I could do this and buy in a Null Talisman. I think Null Talisman's like too good, so... Let go of me, suffer slowly.
My friend, this one is in
Faceless enemies.
You really should prepare for battle.
Silent as a snake.
Did he take the mana burn facet? He did not. Nice.
Yes. Not meant to be. Come, my pets. Your feast awaits.
Troll Diffusal's better than Anti-Mage. I mean, Diffusal doesn't even deal with this offlane hero because you can't slow her, so it's not even like good. So respectfully disagree, and you're a noob. If you want to show me how many times pro teams have picked Dusa and banned Troll, I'll wait, you know.
30 seconds to battle.
And then if you want to look at how many times they've picked Dusa and banned Anti-Mage, we'll talk about that.
Well, except with mice.
Fucking Troll Diffusal's better than Anti-Mage.
But the
Fucking
possibilities
idiots.
for combat were much the same.
Gonna give a BSJ cigar to that one.
This is it. The battle begins.
Gaze upon Medusa's beauty and despair. Run, vermin.
Back from the dead tonight. How much damage is this? 90? Okay. It's support DP? He just fed them a bunch of experience, which sucks, because those bugs feed a lot.
Nothing for you. Slithering. Fight. I'm under attack. Rush. Quick as a snake. Yes.
He just blood grenade me?
Right.
He just randomly blood grenaded my ass.
For honor. Right.
Go back, Mars is coming for you.
Play my pet. The servant supreme. Fight for honor. Gorgons
We're young, we are strong, we are wise, cause I'm back from the dead tonight.
power. Fall before. Sliding. Lock eyes with Gorgon.
What?
Quick as a snake. Run, vermin. Fetch me some mana.
Yeah, I see. I'm gonna farm creeps, but I'll come over if they do.
Tremble.
Yeah, this troll is absolutely destroying me. I'm so sad he picked troll.
Bring mana.
Too many creeps, sir.
I hate to inform you that your top tower is under attack.
Slithering.
Ooh, Morty, can you smell that salty blood? Just got first.
I mean, that's just complete lack of awareness of how many creeps there are. There's like way too many creeps for us to do that.
Crawling. Yes.
Bounce back.
Meet my gaze. Silent as a snake.
Nyx mid, huh? Interesting.
Crawling. Mystic snake. Quick as a snake.
Huh. Okay.
Sliding.
Interesting.
Denied. Run, vermin. Right. None can resist. A plaything for my pets. Slithering. Gorgons, guide me. I'm under attack. Mystic snake.
Radiant's courier has been slain. This is no sort of place for a peaceable beast.
How
Looks like my teammates are feeding a bit.
Fetch me some mana.
Tremble. Oh. Stay where you are.
I feel like this Weaver is just feeding this guy bugs.
Mystic snake. After them. For honor. Bring me mana. 17. Hiss. Yes.
I'm just a deucer.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. Play my pet.
Huh. A lot of damage. Honestly, I really am at the stage where I must be doing so much wrong in my games of like playing my own game because I just feel like everybody in these games sucks. Like that, I am at that feeling, and it's not a good feeling because I know I'm in this bracket, but it's like, and like that guy ate a ton of damage for no reason.
Your middle tower is under attack. Just thought you'd want to know.
Rush.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Right.
Regrettably, your middle tower is under attack.
Attack.
Your middle tower is under attack. Just thought you'd want to know.
Right.
Стакаю себе в тройке, держу курс. Запарывай, блядь, разобьешь лапки от топ.
What's happening here? What's going on? I'm getting bullied.
Gorgons, guide me.
Your top tower is under attack.
Slithering.
Your top tower is under attack. No reflection on you, you understand.
I think you can leave me alone here, Weaver, and maybe gank other lanes.
Your top tower is under attack.
I don't think we do anything, sir. Let me finish my hammer and come back. Like, do I really need to tell him that nothing's happening here? You know what I mean? I'll tell him, but like, am I at a bracket where the guy doesn't understand when he's like in lane, nothing's happening, you know? It's so fascinating.
Quick as a snake. Right. Right. Run, vermin. 17. Fetch me some mana. For honor.
Ah.
Silent as a snake.
This big cam not being here kind of sucks.
Slithering. Attack. Mystic snake. Fight.
He just ate that shit up. Guess I'm dead, huh?
Sentry and we kill him, man.
Didn't expect to die, actually. Arena used. Same with Troll Warlord ulti. Is this guy going Orchid?
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Gorgons, guide me. You little rat. Fight for honor.
Is this camp still not here? That's actually so bad for me. My sentries are all bots.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Like, I would just be
Does
farming
this
that camp
happen or
every
not?
minute.
Yes.
What?
I've never seen
Oh
Radiant's
my
structures
God.
looking so fortified.
Guys, Nyx is on me. Can you support, please? Hunt for Nyx. Put sentries.
I hate to inform you that your top tower is under attack.
It's no time yet.
Morty, killing spree.
Hiss.
Your top tower is under attack. No reflection on you, you understand.
Hiss.
Oh dear, your top tower has fallen. You'll be delighted to hear the enemy's bottom tower.
And Ranger, can you TV bottom maybe? Did he TV out? Okay, never mind, never mind. This troll can die bottom for sure.
Silent as a snake. Yes.
I don't think we should be losing mid
Dire's
though.
Structures are cunningly fortified.
This stuff's so bad, dude.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Nice. Easy damage.
Yes.
Is water right here?
Rodent's death.
I
Gorgons,
guess it's the
guide
sentry.
me. Run, vermin.
Oh. He got that he doesn't want to give up.
Fight. My pet.
Dude, everybody in this game seems so bad, dude. You guys see this? Like, what the fuck? This guy blocks my camp as well. Like, everything in this game is so bad! It's fine, it's fine. I have Atos. Coming? Atos is coming on courier. Easy.
You just proved my theory.
Slithering.
Rough.
Killing spree. Whoa!
I think the game's perfectly fine. I understand that we lost all the shrines though. He's like level fucking 8. It's not like he's fucking level 5 at 15 minutes or something.
Mystic snake.
There's a ward here. The catapult followed me up here. Yeah, there's a ward. He has Mystic Stick.
Mori, watch out! It's a killing spree!
Can I get some help maybe in Lifestealer?
Fight for.
Can you infest me maybe? He really doesn't want to infest though. Okay. That was some insane shit by the opponent, boys. Insane shit by the opponent.
Gorgons, guide me. Bring me mana. Yes.
You guys think double Radiance would be griefing here? We talked about this earlier. Maybe I just go like Mjolnir Ags, actually. Actually, I'm down for that. I am down for a good old Maelstrom Ags.
For honor.
Oh shit, why did I take move speed? I mean, it gave me mana at the end of the world, but it's not good.
Look me in the eye. It won't be long now, sisters. Snakes. Regrettably, your middle tower is under attack. Yes.
I have TP in 6, guys.
Your middle tower is under attack. Right. Regrettably, your middle tower is under attack. Fight for honor. Serpentine.
Good job, boys. Nothing to get here. I'm just gonna go back top.
Your top tower is under attack.
Me that Aki. They're on me. Uh-oh. Interesting approach by them. They got the Dusa.
Come to me.
I was like, if he actually dies here, that'd be tragic.
Oh jeez, it's a killing spree!
Level up a dub-dub!
Good job, boys. Keep it up. I'll actually go Maelstrom Hurricane Pike. I'll go Maelstrom Hurricane Pike into Ags. I think that's the play. I feel like we're like 90-10 winning this game right now.
Reborn for retribution. Silent as a
Is this when I push ult to run faster to camps?
Oh, heal me, man.
yes. Attack. Right. Ah, the wind in my serpents. Mystic snake. Run, vermin. A golden thread. Not yet. Hiss. Slithering.
Hello? Can anyone hear
Oof.
I hate to inform you that your top tower is under attack.
Mystic Snake. Power is beauty. Right.
I don't think we ever dewarded this, to be honest.
After them. Maelstrom. Slithering. Play, my pet. Fight for honor.
Really do this?
Yes.
Your middle tower is under attack.
You could just defend middle
Just
instead of
don't
using
want
my farm, by
structures
the
are
way.
fortified.
Gorgons, guide me.
We can do Torment or top, guys. I'm happy to TP top if we want to do it. I'll TP top for it. Gonna clear this wave right now, and then I will go put up top.
Go kill Tormentor, boy. Go.
Regrettably, your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
Oh, Rick!
Let's hope that's the worst of it.
He's dominating!
Meet my gaze.
I kind of got distracted, I guess. Oof.
Cut you down.
Tinker is 20 fucking shit, by the way.
Your top tower is
Бот ебаный, у меня все кнопки были в КД, блядь. У меня не было ни хуй.
Yes, bro, yes, save it for...
Bot, you fucking bot, you fucking bot.
I'm here, steal my farm.
You farm is this farm,
You guys are all muted. Holy shit.
Serpentine. Run, vermin. I'm not ready. For honor. Hiss. Tremble.
Radiant's structures are fortified. In fact, they appear radiant with health. Brace yourself for sad tidings. Radiant's courier has been slain.
He actually dodged my Atos. Unfortunate.
Rush. Right.
There's no way this guy gets away with this, right?
Serpentine.
He actually just walk away from us. That's crazy.
Fetch me some mana.
Go kill Tormentor bottom.
Yeah, sure.
Slithering. Right. Hiss.
Coming. I waddle my way there.
Crawling. Cut you down, Mystic Snake!
Your middle tower is under attack. Just thought you'd want to know.
For honor.
Teeping mid.
Rush.
Roshan has fallen to the Radiant.
I like it.
They use Death Robert ults. Man, this hero's fucking slow as shit.
Tremble.
Rough. Okay, Mjolnir was a mistake. I think we're gonna lose. I have this sinking feeling that we're gonna lose.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, I have a really sinking feeling that we're gonna lose. I can't go Ghost Scepter because it's Troll Warlord. I could actually go Blade Mill.
Radiant's courier has been slain. A moment of silence. Your top tower is under attack.
We just actually not have protection for this guy.
Fight for honor.
Okay.
Come.
As all love dies.
Double kill, oh
did it.
man.
Sliding. Hiss. Play, my pet. It's no time yet. Quick as a snake. Mystic snake.
What is this guy doing, dude? The fuck?
Gorgons, guide me.
That was a weird champ fucking play, my dude. Weird champ play.
Power. Not yet. Yes. I am the last thing you'll see.
Чел, у тебя черно-белое аниме на Ави. Красавчик.
Ha! It's working!
Tremble.
Big.
Play, my pet.
Note well, the enemy's top tower has fallen.
How am I alive? I'm gonna die to Nyx, aren't I? I don't think I go Ags. I think Ags is a bit trolly.
Run, vermin. I'm not ready. Slithering. For honor.
What is my item? He's going MKB.
Rush.
I hate to inform you that your top tower is
I
under
think it's
attack.
Hurricane Pike.
Oh dear, your top tower has fallen.
Crawling. Right.
Soul for my master. I almost feel bad.
I think we can smoke out of base with this. I'm gonna push this wave and come to you. We smoke.
17.
I feel like there should be a smoke rather than our Tinker fucking dying.
Right. Tiresome vermin. 17.
This game sucks.
See you. Bye. See ya.
Your middle tower has fallen.
Good luck. Good luck, neighbor. Not Malta.
Regrettably,
See ya.
your middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. They are.
I actually can't believe we're losing this game.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. Radiant's courier has been slain.
Gorgons, guide me. Right. Fetch me some mana. Power is beauty.
I am dead. Huh. Well, rough life out there, boys. Rough life. I think I should have gone like Shiva's strength, like strength blink. What do I actually go? I think I just needed a BKB actually. I probably just needed a BKB. I think my build sucks. I think my build really
Excuse me,
sucks.
but your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen.
You're just gonna get netted and die. Dude, how is this Rubik alive?
Whoa, killing spree, ho!
I'll be honest, these last two games have taken the wind out of my sails.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Gonna need a buyback from Weaver.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I need you and troll no.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Excuse me, but your bottom tower is under attack. Victory of the most rated sort. Your middle barracks are under attack. I regret being bearer of such tidings.
Ooh. Deep breaths, BSJ. Deep breaths. Yeah, I should have, I mean, there was no mana burn on their team, but, I mean, unless one of them had Diffusal, which I don't think he did. I probably needed Hurricane Pike, Blink, BKB. I feel like we definitely lacked catch, and there were a lot of people living barely. I could have gone, like, Hurricane Pike, Blink. Like, no Mjolnir, get rid of that. Mjolnir was definitely a mistake. Probably Hurricane Pike, BKB, Wind Waker, I think was probably the build I'm supposed to go there. Yeah, it's probably Hurricane Pike, BKB, Wind Waker. Into, like, Strength, Blink. And maybe a Conda. Like, I could go, like, late game Conda or something. Conda would probably be nice. Okay, guys, we're doing the coaching session giveaway. It is done live on Twitch. It is for subscribers only. And if you... And the session is done right now. So we're being very clear about that. If you'd like to participate in the coaching session giveaway, I'm going to make the subscribers chat only. Last few weeks, we've only had like 5 entries. So I'm going to post the keyword, which will just probably be coaching. I need to make the giveaway. Create giveaway. Coaching. Create. Okay. Keyword is coaching. Type coaching in chat. And you will be eligible for the giveaway. We'll do the giveaway in about 2 to 3 minutes. It is about a 30-minute session. And it's over a replay of your choice. And it will be done right now. Those are the things I think I need to make sure I say. Sorry, guys. Tad low energy after those last few pubs. How do I know if I'm in? If you typed coaching, you're in. Not much else to say. Okay, we went from 5 entries last week to 8 this week. Poggers. That's like a 60% increase. I'm not sure if it's case sensitive. Is little med in there? You might want to type it with lowercase little med just in case. I would actually appreciate it if you typed it with lowercase so I could see if it adds somebody. Okay, looks like it is not case sensitive. That's good to know. Okay. Gonna go ahead and put it up on stream. Okay. Got 8 entries this time, guys. 3, 2, 1, go. It is Wex. Wex with a bunch of underscores. Wex with a bunch of underscores. What is your Discord username, Wex? I will reach out to you. It's this. Okay. Very good. You've been a member of my Discord for a week, Poggers. You'll try next time? We're doing it every Monday, but we're not going to be doing it the next couple Mondays, sadly, because I'm going to be gone at Dream League. But every Monday that I'm streaming regularly, we will be doing this. Mondays, we're doing coaching session giveaways, and Thursday, we're doing in-houses with the viewers. Go ahead and call you up.
What's up, man?
Yo, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Not bad. Not bad. So, we gotta figure out what's the deal, man. What's your MMR? What's your role?
I play carry. I'm around 4,600.
Okay.
4616 at the moment.
Okay, 4,600, position 1. And what hero do you have for us in the replay today?
I have a Terrorblade replay because I started playing a bit more Terrorblade since you released the guide.
Sure, man.
So I'm trying to do the things that you talked about.
Is there anything in particular you would like to ask about, or you're struggling with, or you want to work on today?
In this replay, I had like a pretty rough laning stage because I was against Wind Ranger Mars in the offlane.
Okay.
So I had like a pretty rough lane because I kept getting right clicked a lot by the Wind Ranger and couldn't really like 2v1 the Mars because he was playing 4. So even if I was throwing my Q on him, it wasn't doing much.
The Wind Ranger was 4 or the Mars was?
The Mars was 4.
Oh, the Wind Ranger was offlane. I see.
Yeah.
Okay. Sure. Go ahead and send me the replay ID here, and we'll get into it.
Okay. Let me just type it out. I think that should be it.
Sure. Apparently I did not copy paste it. Okay, so it looks like you ended up having a pretty good game, but the lane was rough. So you're wanting to mainly focus on the lane?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And like another thing is like sometimes I know in your video on Terrorblade you said to like show up to fights more as a type of way to like speed up the fight, not necessarily like win it, but make people run away because then you get map space so you can TP to a lane and start pushing waves.
Yeah.
But sometimes I'm finding it hard to like know when I should TP to a fight or not.
Yeah, it's I mean, I'm giving you that knowledge based on 400 games of Terrorblade, so I've accrued exactly when to do it. When I'm giving that knowledge, I guess my explanation is that's what I've realized makes a successful Terrorblade teamfight. In the game, it feels like if they walk away, it's a good fight. That's generally how I feel like Terrorblade works. So obviously it's not that simple, but I think it's one of the most important things on Terrorblade, simply because he does have the weakness of people just running away. And I guess my thoughts would be that that generally means that the hero relies on having lanes pushed out, because that means that the fight will be near an enemy objective, so that if we win it, it's good, or if they walk away, it's good. And a lot of that is, I mean, there's not much else to say other than its experience in identifying those type of scenarios. So if you go to a fight in this game, for instance, that didn't feel good, we could talk about maybe why that didn't fit the bill, something else you could have been doing, something like this. But it's a lot of, that's definitely just a lot of, you know, rinse and repeat repetition. That can only really solve that problem, I think.
Who's blowing that stupid horn?
I'm toying with you. You understand that?
Yeah, be careful of blocking in a tower. That's a pretty big deal. You've missed 3 CS so far.
Yeah, I lost like a full wave. It's because I expect the enemy offlane to also block. But sometimes they fuck it up, and then I fuck myself over because I did it.
Yeah, I mean, what you can do in that case, if we rewind, is to... The first thing I would do right now is, like, walk over here and aggro. It's, like, worth taking, you know, 100 damage in order to fix that. Like, I think leaving it in tower is pretty horrible, so I would very much avoid that.
I'm toying with you. You understand that, right?
It felt very awkward, like, going for CS. Like, I felt kind of scared, because my Willow was getting 1v1 by this Mars, and even though I was throwing, like, refraction on him, it wasn't doing much, because he's melee with armor, so...
Yeah, so I would never use reflection on the Mars here. I mean, in my guide, I remember saying that I almost always use reflection on the ranged hero. Because their illusion, they can't run away from it, because it has range, and they don't have innate stout shield block, so it does more damage.
Yeah.
So I think that's just a good... I mean, usually the Mars would be 3 and the Wind Ranger would be 4. But either way, just because they're reversed, I would still use the... I would just make sure I use the reflection on the ranged guy. I think this is just a bunch of small things adding up. I think the loss of lane equilibrium matters a lot. The fact that you got 0 CS in the first wave, that matters a shit ton. And then, like, in these moments right here, like, when you're using reflection on him and then not defensively aggroing this creep, that adds up a lot. You missed the creep and you could have gotten clicked like 2 or 3 extra times. That not defensively aggroing there and then defensively aggroing again. And so instead of being right here, you're right here. That leads to you getting hit by the Mars and trading with him, which we don't want because you're already low. Like, you're not winning the lane, so we're trying to avoid confrontation with the guy. If you have any questions about anything, just tell me to pause. I'm kind of just rambling my thoughts about everything I'm seeing in the lane.
Yeah, that's good. Like, when should I use meta here? Because I'm level 2 and we don't really have kill potential. So should I use it to catch up on creeps?
I think my answer a lot of the time, if you don't feel like there's an obvious answer to use meta, you probably just don't level it and you level your W level 2.
Okay.
And you effectively give yourself 37.5% extra base damage when you are CSing, because it's just you and your illusion. Or you can use your illusion to run it at the 4 and zone him a little bit. You can use it to block pull camps. You can use it to pull yourself. There's like a ton of utility to illusions. So if there's no like obvious time to use meta, you could theoretically use it to just control a creep wave, which would usually be in front of your tower. That often won't work if it's not in front of your tower. But in a lane where they have pretty limited illusion clear, like Mars doesn't feel good using his spells on your illusions, and Wind Ranger, you can probably just move to dodge your power shot. Yeah, I would probably level illusions here, to be honest.
Okay.
I've realized that every lane that feels awkward on TB, just take your illusions and out CS the guy. Solves like 80% of lanes.
Okay. Because here, I think I use it just to like catch up on creeps.
Yeah, I don't think your meta here is a horrible usage. It doesn't have to lead to a kill. The thing about this is that if you're going to use your meta like this, you need to kill as many creeps as humanly possible during the duration of your meta if you're going to use it in this context. So like this moment where, so you use your meta, you're clicking, you know, where's the defensive aggro? And to click, 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 click. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So these are the things where if you're going to use the meta for creeps, then we need to kill this entire wave before this meta's out.
Right.
And I want a defensive aggro because if Mars like walks behind me right now, then that sucks. Like, because then I'll have to back up if he walks behind me right now. So if I defensive aggro while I'm hitting, then I'll defensive aggro again if he walks over, and then I'm just right here hitting. You see what I'm saying?
Yep. Yeah.
But the idea is you use your meta for creeps. That's fine. Not a horrible use of meta if it gets you the creeps. I want as many creeps dead as possible during this meta. Probably this entire wave, which is possible. So I'd say like any of these creeps that's alive, we're not super happy with that.
I see. Okay.
So yeah, I would have done the defensive aggro, kill all the creeps, and then that would not lead to me fighting them there. So I would have just not had missing 200 HP. Just commenting on the little things that lead into other things. I want you to share.
Yeah, that I really like that.
Yeah.
First blood.
I think in your bracket, a lot of the time I have to kind of talk to you guys and display to you how one action leads to another. So the reason you're fighting here is actually because these creeps are alive pushing into you, and Wind Ranger would be over here if that wasn't the case. So then you might feel fine about this fight. So these are, I think, usually you guys are good at adjusting to the situation, or like doing what's in front of you properly, but you're not, if you're in like the 4 to 5k 6k bracket, but you're not usually the best at connecting the dots between what leads to another. So I think focusing on the causal chain of effects, when you don't aggro, when you don't do something, or when you do something. So like if you don't aggro outside of tower at late wave 1, it's like, yeah, it's not ideal that you take 100 damage walking to the left and maybe you miss a single creep. But the other option is that you're CSing under tower level 1 and the wave ends up right here. You know what I mean? So
yeah.
So and then like we've been kind of perpetually in this lane of like all of it being up here, and that literally got started level 1, right? So
yeah.
These little things definitely add up a shit ton when it comes to the laning stage. So what you can do in these really tough lanes is if you're... This is honestly part of why Terrorblade offlane is really good. Is because it applies more in the offlane, but it applies here as well. Is when you're in this spot, you can summon an illusion and use the illusion to aggro the creeps to the range.
Oh, right.
And so your hero doesn't need to tank damage. So you just stand here, aggro it again. I've actually been practicing this in private lobbies because it's a little bit awkward if you've never done it before. Like to make sure your hero stays in place and then have an illusion walk up and do it for you. But a lot of times the reason we don't defensively aggro in a situation like this is that we would take 3 or 4 right clicks from Wind Ranger and that would suck. So Terrorblade, the reason, like in the offlane, it's a lot more relevant. If you're back here and the lane's up here and you can't feel like you can't walk up, you just send an illusion up, and usually the illusion will get the range creep, like get the creeps to the range, you know? Usually that will happen before it dies. So the thing that I think makes Terrorblade OP in lane is that he has so many answers to so many problems. But I also think if you're, you know, not a 400 game Terrorblade player, then, you know, you're probably learning a lot of those options during this session itself. So,
I didn't even think about like aggroing with the illusion to my range.
Yeah. And you can use it multiple times where you aggro it to your range and then you aggro it backwards again. Like you can aggro it as many times as you need to, you know. Don't stop there. The utility of your illusions is insane.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, so like in these types of instances, I would summon an illusion, just kill these creeps as fast as possible, because when you're not killing creeps, that's the amount of time that the enemy has an opportunity to nuke you, to go on your support, to do anything. Like, because you're busy with these, right? So if you're busy doing something, all that means is the opponent could potentially punish you. Potentially. So the way I try to explain it to people is creeps are an obligation. They're an objective. The longer they're alive under your tower, the worse that is for you, generally speaking. So when I have this type of scenario happen, I wouldn't have walked back to get my treads. I would have made sure the courier went like this, because that added time to you killing the creeps, because you're, by going and getting your treads, you're telling me it wasn't important to kill these creeps as fast as possible when they went underneath your tower. But then I would have summoned an illusion the second that it's up, and I would be right-clicking like the range creep if I felt safe enough to do it. I'd be right-clicking the creep that's not getting hit by the tower otherwise, and the amount of time that they can punish you here is just minimal.
Right.
And what's cool about this is if there wasn't this pull going on, then the next wave's going to be in front of your tower. Since there is a pull going on, you're going to have a double wave, and you can use your meta to go clear the next wave and then leave.
Okay.
Do you see how that would work out really nicely? You would just not fight them at all hardly. Like, you'd summon an illusion, meta, clear the wave. If they fight you, you just send an illusion at them because your illusions hit really hard. And then, you like, at this point, the cool thing about Terrorblade is once you have treads, you actually jungle really fast, even if you're like level 4, level 5. So I have kind of this idea of how I get out of this lane. I don't want to be sitting here casually trading, not using meta, and I also don't want to be not hitting creeps constantly. I will leave lane on Terrorblade if I don't feel comfortable to walk up and hit the creeps outside of meta. Or at least defensively aggro them to me and then hit them. You know, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it's not that I have to be stronger than the other guy per se, but I can't be scared. If I'm scared, just go jungle. You farm it faster anyway. So
yeah.
So yeah, these are the moments where you would love to participate in this, but
Yeah, but I have
now,
a creep.
yeah,
Yeah.
but the creeps, right? So little
Because
things.
maybe I
that-
could have popped meta and killed the Mars there.
Yeah, and now you've missed a creep under tower that if you had been hitting them, you wouldn't have missed that flag bearer because you would have already killed it.
Yeah.
And then it's interesting that you're prioritizing killing them because like I have this vision of the timing of the creep waves, which you clearly aren't thinking about. So this is generally a very bad time to go purely based on creep wave timing. You missed 4 creeps, to do that. Okay, fortunately the kill shot didn't land. Yeah, and then I would just be perma jungling from here on out. I would not show up to lane a single more time, but
Yeah, I think I die here from the power shot.
I mean, whatever. Even if you don't die here, I want you to see what percentage of the time you are right-clicking a creep.
Yeah, I definitely should have hit creeps more than heroes in this lane.
Yeah. The thing about Terrorblade is the only heroes that you can't do what I'm telling you to do against are heroes with higher base damage. And generally, heroes with higher base damage, you can just... They're all, like, slow fuckers, so you can just defensively aggro away from them. So if
Yeah,
they're
like
heroes
Trent.
that are just harassers and stuff like this, 90% of the time you just summon an illusion and you CS with, like, 90 damage and you just beat them. So, like, something I do... I've been doing it recently on stream. I'll talk about this real quick because it's an opportunity. I've been doing this every day to warm up because I felt like it was necessary for me. I've learned on Terrorblade it's actually super OP if you get used to it. So if you're willing to grind out some mechanics, if you don't already have it, I just started using this, which is to interact with non-hero units only. Caps lock.
Okay.
I use caps lock. You can use whatever. So what this allows me to do is if my illusions are like on top of the creep, I can then like hold caps lock and make sure I hit the creep instead of like trying to like what happens if I don't hold caps lock is on my I'll show you on my ally creep what happens. It doesn't really happen that much on enemy creeps. But I'll show you what happens on my ally creep. My illusions are trying to attack themselves. Do you see this? So they just nothing's like I'm holding right click on that creep. You see? Like I'm literally holding right click on my own creep there. I'll show you again. Like, okay, so I had to dodge. I had to move my hero out of the way. It's hard to show it. Give me a second.
I see. So basically, if you don't hold right click, it's not gonna attack the enemy creep. It's gonna try attack the ally.
Yeah. So like in this case right here, like see how it's clicking my illusion? See how like my illusion's getting selected? So like.
Oh yeah. So the illusion is trying to attack itself.
Yes. Yeah. So if I like right here, I'll show. It's the same thing.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
So if I hold caps lock though with this. You see, like, I can pump fake it and do all this shit with CSing. So, like, it never clicks my own hero. I always thought about people body blocking you with, like, Broodmother and, like, Primal. But I realized on Terrorblade, it's super obnoxious because your illusions are pretty minimal investment by you. Like, they're pretty low mana cost. And, like, imagine if they're trying to deny you and you just do this.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Like it's kind of like laning against the primal because his model is so big, so you're always gonna click the illusion instead of like trying to deny the Terrorblade the creep.
Yeah, so the only way they're actually gonna get the CS is if they have the hotkey as well, and I literally just added it. I'm sure there's a percentage of people in your bracket that just don't have this hotkey. So I've been literally practicing like holding my caps lock, you know, and pump faking CS. You know, like that's what I've been practicing, and I think on Terrorblade it's like super OP. And then like the other thing I go and practice is like I'll move my hero over here. It's hard to do while I'm talking. I'll just like do this and then I'll aggro the creeps.
and then I'll like have my hero walk up and right click them. Like that's like optimal right clicking. You see what I mean? So like it's kind of this practice of, you know, summon illusions.
We understand.
And then like, oh, I can't walk up, I don't feel safe doing this, but then making sure my hero's in range to get the last hits.
Yeah, to get the CS.
Yeah. So you kind of get the habit out here. So these are little mechanics that I think will get you an extra 5-10 CS in lane on Terrorblade. I think it adds up a lot. So I would recommend trying that out. Especially.
Yep. I will practice it.
Yeah, the thing I was practicing was moving my hero and illusions on top of the creep as much as possible, so I'm effectively the primal beast, and then blocking them. Yeah, so that's what I was practicing, because it takes a little bit of...
Yeah, that's really cool.
Yeah. I was thinking about making a video on it, but up until now it didn't seem relevant. Okay. Glad you enjoyed that, though. So yeah, we get out of the laning stage. I think around the 5-minute mark, the question you can assess all of your games through on a hero like TB, which is the majority of carry heroes, which is their main source of farming, is right-clicking. So, like, an example to the contrary for people watching would be, like, Slark. His main form of farming is Dark Pact. But for Terrorblade, it's right-clicking, right?
Yep.
And for a lot of other carries. So, when it's past, like, 5 minutes or so, I would want you to assess the lane based on what percentage of the time you're allowed to right-click. And then I want you to measure that against how fast this hero jungles. Okay?
Right.
And what would hopefully happen is going into your games, you would have a good idea of how fast your hero jungles. And then every time you're in lane, you're measuring it against that. Like, the known factor is how fast you jungle, right? The unknown that varies from game to game is how often you can right-click in lane. And so knowing I should not stay in lane if I feel like I'm not just consistently clicking creeps, because that's what you would be doing in the jungle, and this hero farms really fast. So even if you're able to technically lane here safely, if you don't feel comfortable actually walking up and just killing the creeps and walking away, it's probably better to just give this to your support and jungle.
Okay.
At least in the current patch. I feel like the current patch is like really farm heavy in this regard. Yeah, even then you got like 1 or 2 of those creeps, which kind of sucks. But yeah, if you walk up, oh, like this is the thing. I wouldn't even draw those creeps backwards. I would just kill them up here, you know?
Okay.
I think you are underestimating how fast this hero kills creep waves. Like, just, he has really low base attack time. His illusions literally do, what, 62.5% of his damage? Like, that's, like, most illusions do like 30%, 25. You know, like, PL illusions do like 15%. So it's like, Terrorblade's illusions hit really hard, so he's just got like a low base attack time, like double damage, you know, with 2 illusions.
Yeah, so I should just try and be more aggressive when I clear creeps, not just...
Yes, this is very... I call this very casual. I'm just casually chilling here. This is what a lifestealer does.
Yeah.
You know, not a Terrorblade. Because of the fact that lifestealer doesn't jungle very fast, and he's really hard to gank and stuff. So on heroes like Luna, Terrorblade, you want to be in lane as little as possible, right-clicking as often as possible, and then just leaving.
Right.
So think about it that way. And I think even if you could lane here, notice how you were waiting. I think your Willow would be so happy if he got a wave to himself, got level 6, and you farmed this. He'd be so happy,
right.
You know?
Yeah.
So these are little things I think a lot of times carry players in your bracket also don't think about. I mean, even in my bracket, to be honest. But they don't think about how they can adjust their game in a way that doesn't make them farm slower, but optimizes the efficiency of their teammates.
Yeah, when I play, I mostly think about myself and what I can do to optimize. I don't, yeah, exactly. I don't really think about my Willow.
Yeah, for sure. These are... Yeah, that just doesn't surprise me because I've obviously coached a lot of people, so I've heard this one before. So I think the support thing can come later, meaning factoring in your supports. Let's really focus in on the little mechanics, I think, in the first few levels that especially help Terrorblade. Those are a little bit nerdy, but they really would help Terrorblade if you're learning him. And then, you know, focusing on defensively aggroing when you're trying to avoid getting harassed, to focusing on making sure the lane doesn't go underneath your tower. These like little lane equilibrium mechanics are going to save you, you know, 100 HP here, 40 HP there, you know, and that's why when people ask like, what do high level players do better than like a 5k? We just do 9 of those things better, and then we kill you at minute 6, you know? That's actually how it works. When you're outskilled in lane, like, you know, in the past, I've like laned against like 33 and stuff, and the number one feeling I get is that he's not killing me. He's just like wearing me down with these small decisions that he trades better than me, and then at like minute 5, I either can't walk up or I just die. That's like generally what happens when I'm playing against like better players than myself. So yeah, we can keep watching this. We can watch another lane. What would you like to do?
What, you mean another laning stage?
Yeah, because we got about 10 minutes left. So would you like to finish like watching the mid game of this one, or would you like to watch another laning phase? What would you like to do?
Yeah, we can finish like watching the mid game, because I think I TP'd to some fights that I wasn't sure if I should have TP'd to or not.
Sounds good.
I was trying to practice the
Doomed Your Illusion.
The TP, yeah, Doomed Illusion. But I was trying to practice the TP to fight, and then like by making them run away, or like not necessarily like being able to right click always in fights. Because that's what I felt like with TB. Like obviously I kind of knew this before, but like you sometimes can't like right click as much as you would want in fights.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
It's like a TB thing for sure. I thought I could man up against the Slardar there, but he kind of destroyed me.
Nah, Slardar, you can't really... If he's allowed to hit you nonstop, you can't really do that.
See, I was expecting my teammates to like come and like start hitting him as well, because he was alone.
Yeah, I understand. So this applies in the lane, but it also applies in the mid game. The key factor about this actually applies to literally every carry in the game, but it'll especially hurt you on Terrorblade, because like this is one of the most important skills on TB. Is when you're in the mid game and you're farming, the way you need to view matchups and where you should be on the map is, can I walk up to this creep wave and they have to walk away, or do we both walk up to the creep wave and I have to walk away?
I see.
So if you walk up to a creep wave and you see one guy and you have to walk away, that probably means you weren't supposed to farm that creep wave, generally speaking.
Right.
That doesn't necessarily apply if you're down by like 5k and you have nowhere to farm and you're desperate and you're like, I hope he's not here, and then he's here and you walk away. You know what I mean? When you're up by 5k, you literally have like 17 jungle camps, and you're choosing to farm a wave where the Wind Ranger shows up to power shot and you have to walk away. That's just really bad farming fundamentals, like really bad.
Okay.
So the question I would insist you ask yourself is, when I walk up to this creep wave and X hero walks up to this creep wave, what happens? You know? It's like, if it was Rubik, what would you do? If it's Ursa, what would you do? If it's Mars, what would you do? Based on your health, mana, cooldowns, map position, everything.
I mean, I ran away from all of them.
Yes. So like this is that is an obvious hint to get the fuck out of here and hit some neutrals. You know what I mean? Yeah. This one's quite obvious, but there will be ones that are more, and that's why I said this is like fundamentally horrible. To be honest, like I'm not sugarcoating it.
No, yeah,
because of the fact that on a scale of 1 to 10, where like 6 means the guy's like slightly stronger than you and you should walk away, like 5 is perfectly balanced. 6 is like slightly stronger than you and he should walk away. 1 means that like he's gonna feed if he walks up because you're so much stronger than him. And a 10 is like, you know, you're gonna feed if you walk up.
Yeah.
And so this is probably like a 9 because you're not gonna die, but you literally have to walk away the second you walk up, you know, or the second they walk up. So that's like a 9. And that's why I'll say, like, you know, I would expect you as a 4K, 5K player, once you know about this, to be messing up 6 and 7s, you know?
Okay.
But I would hope you stop messing up 8s, 9s, 10s. Like, once I've presented this as like a really important way to view the game, I would hope over time for a 4K, 5K player that you would get 8, 9, 10s correct. That would be the long-term vision.
Yep.
The difference I would say for anyone watching is if I was teaching this to like a 12K player, it's like he needs to know the 5.2s, you know? Like that's just how Dota works in my opinion. Yeah, so in this case, you're working on an item, your Willow can farm in a tower, and there's just literally so many camps behind you. I think you're on map way too much.
Okay. I thought like what I wanted to like do with like the farm pattern is like shove, wave, go, big camp, small camp, ancient, two ancient camps behind the tier 1, and then repeat.
So that's a good point. So going back to what you talked about very early on in the session and what I referenced in my video is Terrorblade, unless he's just a fucking god, meaning you've hit some crazy timing and it's really later on in the game, I've realized currently that he doesn't ever feel like the catalyst to push things. He will push things that his teammates are already pushing, but they can't finish it. That goes in line with what I said earlier. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So if the lanes, I'm going to rewind. When I'm looking at this situation here where I have a Doom and Willow top like this and the lane's underneath my tower, my only contribution is if they go on my teammates and I can push them away by going on them and then we take this tower.
Oh, I see.
You see how that tilts the balance of what's happening?
Yeah, but me going there...
That's like... not... Yeah, but I don't want to be the one going there putting the balance in our favor in vision.
Yeah, because then nobody's going to show up there.
Yeah, either nobody's going to show up or I'm going to get gone on and Sunder and have to walk away. Dude, if the fight's already broken out and they then have to consider going on you and you still have Sunder, you just have free reign of the fight, period.
Yeah.
Like, if they don't initiate on you right off the bat, they end up usually never going on you because then you just Sunder them. And
because they're scared I'm just going to Sunder when I'm low HP and they lose anyway. But they lose anyway if they don't go on me because I'm free to right-click them with meta.
Exactly. Yeah, precisely.
It's a lose-lose.
Yeah, so like right here, I would keep an eye on potentially them going on my teammates with the idea that I'm going to walk this way or I'm going to walk this way, ready to turn around.
Okay.
And that's how I would behave here. And that's pretty much irregardless of how far ahead we are and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. Maybe a pro player would disagree with me. I would just never force a push here unless I had like full manta and like the only time I'm pushing this tower is if 4 of them are here.
I just remembered like I was watching another one of your videos on YouTube where it's like if your teammates, like say for example your mid comes to your lane at like minutes, I don't know, 6, 7, and you should play aggro up with them to try and take the objective, like try and take the tower, so it's not a waste of their time because they came to your lane to like create some pressure. So I was kind of like thinking that as well because I saw my Doom here, so I was like, okay, since we're 3 people here, I can like push 2 waves and then take the tower because my teammates are here too, so I can play up.
Okay, that totally makes sense. So it's not as easy for me since we don't have like a follow-up session unless you win the giveaway again. But the point that I want to make here, did you watch my session earlier or were you not here?
I don't think so. No,
it's
I
fine.
just
yeah, it's all good. I was just curious for context sake. So the guy earlier was playing support and he wasn't playing greedy enough. Like he was literally constantly wanting to go for kills or be with his team when there were so many opportunities for him as a support to just like take a creep wave under tower and get 200 gold and then go back to his team. So I was telling him like his tendencies put him way far on the player on his team way too much and not focus on creeps, whether that's in laning stage, whether that's in mid game. So I told him since his tendencies do that, he should spend the next X amount of time focusing purely on where are the creeps on the map, what creeps in lane need to be killed or not, is it a good time to pull, anything that interacts with creeps, you know? And it's like, what's going to happen is he's going to overcorrect that way, and then his tendencies will bring him back to the middle. Does that kind of make sense how that would happen?
Yeah.
So right now, your tendency, whether it's because I talked about it in a video, I obviously don't have historical, like I haven't watched hundreds of your games, so I don't know all of your, like exactly how your tendencies go. But what I want you to refocus here is starting from minute 5, your goal is to be hitting creeps as often as humanly possible.
Okay.
Like, I want to be as close to 100% either hitting a creep or walking at a creep to hit it. And anything between that is a high-level decision. So what I mean is the high-level decision here is I want you farming more jungle creeps, but if they go on your teammates, it's then a decision to turn around and go. Sometimes you get your Manta delivered right now, and instead of going and pushing this or going back and jungling, you're going to assume based on what's missing on the map that they're going to go on your Doom, and you're going to stand right behind them ready to fuck them.
Okay.
Like, but not show. You know what I mean? Like, you're going to be hiding. That's like professional level, you know, foresight. You know what I mean? That's the shit you see in like literal tournaments. But the point is, if it's not you hitting a camp and anything other than this, I want you to focus on that. So if I'm showing in lane, the other question you can ask yourself is, could anybody else on my team be farming this?
In this case, the Doom or the Willow.
Yes, exactly. And earlier on in the game, it was like Willow was level 5, and you said to me, you know, we agree that like you weren't really thinking about her farm. A lot of this is just the reason why Terrorblade's fine with this is because he farms jungle so fast anyway. Who cares? Like, you don't want to give up the lane if you're like a Nature's Prophet without a Maelstrom. Do you know what I mean? Or you're like, you know, life stealer. You don't want to give up the lane. That's not something you're gonna do. But on Terrorblade, you farm so fast you can go wherever the fuck. So then I just asked myself the question, can somebody else farm this? And the answer is, like, if the wave's right here, pretty much everyone on your team could farm it. But how many of your teammates can farm this jungle with any amount of efficiency? It's Huskar, right? That's it. So that's how I like to think about the game in these type of scenarios. So when you're talking about these, I mean, I'm going to fast forward through this real quick. Just maybe there's one fight you go to and we'll talk about this. But a lot of the times if you're messing up going to fights, I would want you to rewind and just see what you did for a minute of farm before that fight. And see what you think about it. Because you probably... Like, right now, I don't want to fight, right?
I don't know meta, so I don't think I even show up here.
Okay, so there's a fight happening right now, and you don't want to fight. Do you know what my axiom is if you're a carry and you see a fight break out? You have two choices? Do you know what they are?
If I have a cooldown, like meta in this case, I can show up to it. If not, there's no point. Okay, so your two choices are to show up to the fight, or... Do you know what my axiom says? I'm curious. I'm kind of quizzing you right now. Nah, I don't.
Go push a fucking creep wave if there is one.
Okay.
That's the other one. So, when I don't want to go to a fight, here's my train of thought. Or when I see a fight break out, I don't want to go to that. Step 1. Step 2. Are there any creep waves to push? Within reason, meaning I can access these creep waves. You know, if the creep wave's like down here, I'm not telling you to run all the way there.
I could TP mid here. And
boom! TP mid. So easy.
Yeah.
Right? TP mid. So if you want to become a more efficient carry player that sets his team up for success, what happens here is you push this wave. You, depending on what happens in the fight, you know, you're either going to go the next wave that's here at like 1709. Or you're going to like go this way, farm down here, or you're going to go like this way and farm over here. But either way, you're going to farm away from the fight because you don't want to fight yet. And maybe in about 70 seconds, you'll be like around here again, potentially ready to fight. You know?
Right.
But a lot can happen in 70 seconds. I don't know exactly what it's going to look like. But the idea is that when you see a fight break out that you don't want to go to, I want each and every one of you carry players to ask yourself, did I miss a creep wave that I could have TP'd to? The idea is when a fight breaks out, you have infinite amount of information compared to what you normally have, which means you have a lot more options in the game. So it's like a trigger to think, I have so much information, what do I do with it? And it also means that you are putting the opponent on a timer by hitting their creep waves, because they're going to see lanes pushing into their tower. That's going to feel really bad, and it's going to prevent them from ever lingering and getting extra kills. I don't know how often you see your teammates randomly feed like 15 seconds after a fight, but that doesn't happen if you do this type of stuff.
Okay.
And you see how that perspective happens, right? If you go push this, they're going to they're going to like be chilling right here, and one of them's going to see there's a wave right here, and they're going to be like, I guess I should TP, or It puts them in like a weird position, and then they have to figure it out. So let's just say that creep wave's not there, then just continue as normal.
Yeah.
You know? But it's the idea that we don't want any of this ever going unfarmed. Or not unfarmed, unpressured would be the correct word, because you're not giving yourself extra farm, you're creating extra pressure on the map at no cost to yourself. That's how I look at it. The cost is a TP, which isn't that big of a deal. We'll fast forward just a little bit. And this is like the result of you not going there.
Yeah.
And the cool thing about having gone there is if your team won the fight like that and you cleared this out, you could have then gone like this and just taken the tower anyway.
I see, yeah.
Like, if that's definitely one of the permutations of this fight that could have happened. So I think there's plenty of viewers who'd be looking and be like, but he took a tower, isn't that good? Like, he could have gone mid and then come back. For sure.
Yeah, it would have been better.
Would have been the same thing with more pressure and same amount of farm, I think. About the same amount. Okay, we got a shard. Yeah, it's interesting. What was your decision making like here? Why go here instead of up? Like, where are you going right now?
I was thinking about going mid for the 20-minute rune. In case there's like a fight, because I had Meta and Shard just delivered.
Yeah.
So I was like, I felt I have Meta, Shard, Manta. So I felt pretty strong in case there's like a fight at 20 minutes. But whilst going to the rune, I checked my map and I saw like 4 of my teammates are bottom. So then I was like, oh shit, there's no point in me being here. So then I just run back.
So it's no surprise that when you're newer to a hero, I always tell people when I'm doing this, like I'm newer to a hero, that my map awareness is just worse because I'm focused on playing the hero. But in an ideal scenario, you'd run through that thought right now.
Yeah.
At 19, like 20. And then you'd have like this 10 seconds to like send your waves at illusions. And then you'd be seeing like this right now. That's like ideal. But I understand if you're
here, I was focused on microing my illusions.
That's why I'm saying I totally get that. That's like the ideal, but I also understand why it's happening.
Then I saw all of my teammates, so I TP'd, and like here I just got meta because we're all mid, so I want to take the tower.
Yeah, this isn't horrible. You guys are up by a lot. I mean, I think the thing about this game, like obviously we're done in terms of time, but I also think like any decision of fight you show up to here when you're up by 14k is probably not going to go badly.
Yeah.
You know, worst case scenario, you're just hitting buildings. Let's see. Yeah, I think you're... Okay, so you're definitely having a tendency to overstay, to over-involve yourself. So I think a lot of this is just going to take repetition with Terrorblade. But I think the number one thing in mid-game is let's check and see when you don't go to a fight, how often you miss creep waves. I think that's a good one. And then I think early to mid-game especially, check how often you walk up to creep waves and you can't hit them because you're scared.
Right.
And then in that case, a lot of times I ask, how much farm is there behind me? You know, if I'm sitting up here, how much farm is there behind me? You know, and that's usually like, I remember there's one game earlier today, my TA was like bitching because he's like over here dying. We're dire, by the way, in this game, like the game I'm referring to. He's like over here dying, and it was like 16-minute mark, and we had like 2 heroes here, 2 heroes here, and there was just a camp like here, like all these camps, you know? And he's like, team, where are you? And he's like, over here, you know?
Right.
And in my head, I'm just like...
Way safer farm.
I'm like, dude, there's like farm, you know, way back. You could just not be doing that. And a lot of times how far we advance on the map is just based on where our teammates are. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, some of it is based on individual individual power, like we talked about early game, like 5, 6, 7 minutes. But a lot of it's also just based on where our teammates are and what their options are for farming and all that. So those are just several things I feel like you hadn't considered prior to what we were talking about today. So do you have any final questions, thoughts?
Oh, no, that was great, man. I really appreciate it.
Sweet. Awesome, man. I'll see you around the stream. Have a good one.
Thanks so much. Have a good one.
Peace. Has the general objective task list changed with the new map, or should we just still roughly the same order of objectives? I'd say it's roughly the same. But I guess my answer to you is that's a tip that's meant to be a guideline for you. And if you oversimplify the game of Dota like that, I think it's good initially for it to be a guideline. But if you used that guideline like 6 years ago, I would hope your thought process is a bit higher level than having like a formula for what objectives get taken. Do you know what I mean? That's not meant to be like think harder, but it kind of is meant to be like think harder. You know what I mean? What MMR? That was about 4,600. How do you ban people on hide user in this channel? Yeah, I guess that's the equivalent of banning people. But yeah, thank you so much for watching, everybody. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I think I went 2 and 3 today. I think I had a little bit of a rough ending. Started with 2 wins that were honestly stomps and then lost 3 games in a row. So that sucks. But, 'tis what it is. I think I could have had a large portion in winning these last 2 games. This game was unplayable. This game had a raging teammate that I could have handled better. In this game, I didn't really like the way I itemized. So, thank you so much for watching, everybody. That's it for today's stream. I'll be back online tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. As usual. I'll just go full cam, I guess. Yeah, I'll be back 9 a.m. tomorrow, which is about 6 hours ago. So 18 hours from now, we'll be starting our stream again. We actually have a fun little, I don't know if you want to call it collab this week, but I'm going to be playing with Jenkins on Wednesday. Since he's now an honorary European as well. We're going to be playing at the same times together. So we're going to try to queue into each other. And if we don't queue into each other, we'll just be kind of shooting the shit on Discord. So that's going to be Wednesday that we're going to be doing that. So definitely tune in for that if you want to have a little bit more fun. I mean, we're going to be trying hard in our pubs or whatever, but yeah. Jenkins moved to Serbia. So I don't know how much personal information he's giving you guys, so I don't want to discuss it too much. I know he wouldn't care if I told you he moved to Serbia, but do you think something big will come up in Dota soon, or are we just coasting till TI? You mean big like a patch? Probably not. Probably not too much news. That's pretty random. I mean, it's really funny, right? Because people just assign randomness when if you understood the context, it actually makes a lot of sense why he moved there. The majority of people who move to Serbia are people from countries that they don't want to live in that can't live in the EU because Serbia is not in the EU. So a lot of people move to Serbia to be as close to EU as possible without actually being in EU. So there's actually a lot of Dota players that live in Serbia, apparently, because of that. So it seems random, but in reality, it's not random at all. Won't that be high ping? I think Jenkins has 20 ping. I think when I saw his stream, he had like 20. But yeah, guys. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you guys tomorrow. And hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your Monday. Hope you guys enjoyed the coaching sessions. Once again, we're going to be doing the giveaway every week. However, I am going to be posting updates on Discord. Maybe I'll start posting updates on YouTube as well, but I don't stream when I'm at events. I know I keep saying I'm going to leave, but I just have announcements I keep remembering. I know, so starting Saturday, like 5 days from now, I am leaving for Stream League again. So I'll be an analyst, panelist person there. That event lasts a pretty long time, so it's about 2.5 weeks. I generally don't stream at all during events. I just don't have time. Or energy, more so, because we work pretty long days there. So, yeah, I won't be streaming between, like, this Saturday and, like, the rest of May, basically. So, the second half of May, I just won't be streaming. But I'll be back in June. And every week that I am streaming, we'll be doing the Monday coaching and the Thursday in-houses. That is the plan. So, thank you so much for watching. Once again, for the 9th time, thank you for watching. See you guys later. Have a good rest of your Monday.